Spoke before the court. One talked about what she called, and I'm quoting now, deplorable acts on both male and female victims. She said he used his fame and power for his own sexual gratification. Another victim wept as she described thoughts of suicide. She said, and I quote her again, "I only want R. Kelly put in prison so he cannot cause any harm to others." As the women spoke, Kelly avoided eye contact, either looking down or at his lawyer's computer screen.
Fox's David Lee Miller, the defense was asking for no more than 10 years in prison. Kelly is 55 and continues to deny wrongdoing after abuse allegations circulating for decades. He's been held without bail since 2019 and still faces trial on child pornography and obstruction charges in Chicago. Texas Governor Greg Abbott just announcing more state checkpoints for trucks along the southern border after this week's death of 53 migrants in a suspected case of human smuggling.
The truck passed through a border point checkpoint. It was not inspected. It was not inspected because the Border Patrol does not have the resources to be able to inspect all of the trucks.
Though it's still not clear whether those migrants may have crossed the border separately before getting into the truck, multiple agencies are investigating. A changing of the guard coming tomorrow at the U.S. Supreme Court, which will issue the final decisions of the current term in the morning. And then Justice Stephen Breyer says his retirement will take effect at noon. And the court now says that's when Ketanji Brown Jackson will be sworn in as the Supreme Court's new Associate Justice. America is listening to Fox News.
Come try Guam's original Chamorro restaurant with Pica's best 5 years running. Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro. Experience Chef Peter's candied salmon over scallion coconut rice, octopus to naktak, Chamorro platter, and their award-winning gourmet hamburgers. Or if you're looking for something healthy, try their keto-friendly menu. Come and enjoy Mezcla's half-a-day service at their Hagåtña and Grand Plaza Tuman location. Call their Hagåtña location at 479-2652 for reservations.
Half a day, this is Josh here at APL. Our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit www.apl.com.
A vote to cut the law enforcement budget in a Los Angeles neighborhood, despite an uptick in crime.
West Hollywood is a super dense 2 square miles packed on weekends with mostly wealthy individuals, club, bar, and restaurant hopping, and that presents an opportunity for criminals. Police warned residents and visitors last month. Listen to this. Quote, if you're coming out to WeHo, please make sure to secure your phone, avoid carrying a wallet with cash, debit cards, or a driver's license. Be vigilant, as gangs of pickpockets hit patrons up to 40 times a night. Yet, Monday, the city council cut 4 deputies, replacing them with 30 unarmed security ambassadors.
Fox's William Lajeunesse. New York City Mayor Eric Adams announces a lawsuit against companies accused of delivering gun parts to city residents.
Mayor Adams has made the promise before.
If you sell ghost guns in New York, we will come after you.
The lawsuit filed targets 5 companies, 2 in Florida and 1 each in Missouri, North Carolina, and Washington State. Adams says an undercover probe revealed New Yorkers can buy these ghost guns with just a few clicks online. He says action needs to be immediate.
Every day a new gun is shipped here. It's the potential to take an innocent life.
The city's suit tandems with one from State Attorney General Letitia James against 10 companies that seeks to ban their sales of gun parts in the state. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
More pessimism about the state of the country. Nearly 80% of Americans rate the economy as poor. In a new Associated Press North Center poll, and 85% of adults say the country is on the wrong track. A mixed finish on Wall Street. The Dow up 82 points after the bell, but the S&P and the NASDAQ slightly lower. I'm Lisa Brady. This is Fox News.
Oh, what's for for breakfast at KFC under $3.95, you ask? What's for breakfast at KFC that's different than the other guys, you ask? KFC's chicken wrap, sausage wrap, the Colonel's chicken congee, chicken fried steak, sausage biscuit and gravy, and biscuit sandwiches made with KFC's original fluffy biscuits. All for under $3.95 and all only at KFC. Plus, with waffles and the Colonel's chicken fried rice, we've got something for everyone.
So visit KFC for breakfast today. It's finger-licking good.
JV International Safety Equipment has it all for you. Fall protection, rain gear, traffic signs, speed bumps, custom signs and banners, PPEs, fire extinguishers, plus more. Check them out on Facebook at JV International Safety Equipment Company or visit their website, www.jvisec.com. JV International Safety Equipment, Guam's leader in occupational and environmental safety equipment. Call 688-9524. JV International Safety Equipment, located in Harmon Industrial Park.
Are you looking for job opportunities? That's perfect. Taiho is a company based in Korea that provides opportunities for people to work at production sites in the United States. They offer a wide variety of jobs that may suit you. Come and check it out. For more information, visit www.gotomainland.com or go to their office at the old iConnect building or call 671-648-9788. What are you waiting for? Go grab that opportunity and fly out to the mainland.
Half a day and good morning, Guam at 6:06 on Thursday, June 30. I'm Donna De Jesus with a look at your local news on The Point. The 5 men involved in an incident at the Paseo parking lot will have to come back to court later because of confusion surrounding their cases. Evan Pangilinan, Kyle Tapaznia, Carrie Lee Willie, Marcin Quintin and Narson Martian were scheduled to appear in Superior Court yesterday morning for charges connected to the firing of guns and wielding of machetes in Paseo in late May after a viral video captured the incident. Although the men appeared in court for their hearings, Magistrate Judge Jonathan Kwan could not take any of their pleas of guilty or not guilty because they were charged separately a week after the incident. Kwan says some of the confusion was caused by the AG's office staggering the indictment of the charges and discovered that because the men were charged together under the same case number, their initial charges had been dismissed. They are now being charged together as co-defendants. Meanwhile, the sentencing of former police officer Paul Santos has been rescheduled, but a judge encouraged him to take advantage of the time before he turns himself in. Santos appeared in Superior Court on Tuesday to be sentenced for charges connected to the 2014 rape of a woman who was advertising sexual services on Craigslist. The sentencing was moved to allow Santos's attorney, Curtis Vandeveld, more time to prepare because of recent heart surgery. Judge Vern Perez also allowed Santos to remain on house arrest until the August 19 sentencing, but adds that he is not interested in prolonging sentencing anymore. Perez told Santos to finalize time with family before sentencing and will require Santos to turn himself in shortly after. Santos appealed a previous sentence of 21 years and some charges were vacated. Santos faces a minimum of 15 years in prison for the remaining charges. We'll have more news after this.
Gas is expensive, so let the bank come to you. Through our remote deposit capture, you can deposit your checks into your account from your phone. And with our Dynamite Bank Pacific Visa debit card, you can use your money anytime, anywhere. It's the perfect combo.
Now we're banking on the future. Services to choose. Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots.
Equal housing lender. Member FDIC. Crank it up.
No representatives from fuel companies appeared in person yesterday to testify about a measure proposing to cap fuel prices on Guam, but the president of Mobil Oil Guam submitted written testimony outlining concerns about the measure. Senator Clint Rigel's Bill 320 would make it unlawful to sell automotive fuel product for more than landed price of a gallon, plus up to an additional 20%. The testimony notes the company's view that the passage of such a bill would be detrimental to Guam consumers. The testimony adds that the bill did not address complex international dynamics, and the bill's proposed pricing mechanism could have a negative impact on Mobil's ability to continue operations in Guam and the Upper Pacific Islands, which in turn could affect the community's access to a safe and reliable fuel supply. Gas prices have been climbing rapidly, recently reaching $6.49 per gallon of regular grade fuel. It dropped 19 cents to $6.30 a gallon after local lawmakers placed a moratorium on certain fuel taxes. And GovGuam finance officials testified yesterday that they do not support Senator Jim Moylan's Bill 290, a measure that would create a 2-year business privilege tax exemption for retail liquid fuel sales. A 6-month moratorium on the fuel surcharges went into effect last week, which immediately resulted in a marginal decrease in prices. But the moratorium is projected to result in a few $1 million worth of lost revenue for the Guam Highway Fund, which is used to support road projects. A general fund appropriation was used to offset that loss. BPT exemptions are also projected to result in lost revenue for the general fund. Bureau of Budget and Management Research Director Lester Carlson says there are major needs on island, including road construction projects that are not funded with federal money. He adds that the cost of constructing a new Simon Sanchez High School has been estimated at $120 million, and the project does not yet have a dedicated funding source. Reverend Tax estimates that a 2% BPT exemption would have a general fund impact between $14 million and $17.7 million over 2 years if gas prices increase in line with recent trends. And those are your top stories on The Point. Now here's Ray with your weather.
The gas prices are going to increase. West Texas crude off by about $2.34, $109.42 for a barrel of that as we make our way into Thursday morning. Tappas crude, on the other hand, is up again, $125.44. That's up by $3.75 from the number that we gave you just yesterday.
Why are you so positive,
Just
Ray?
yesterday. I've got the numbers in front of me. I'm looking at the numbers. It's ugly. So I went to the gas station. So it's still not July. I don't have a new budget for my gas, right? So I figured, okay, here's what I got to do. I'm probably going to drive, I don't know, 60 miles an hour or something like that. So I put together in my head, okay, I get to about 20 miles to the gallon for the vehicle. About 3 gallons should get me between here and the first of the month, so that the kick for my gasoline can pop in.
If you're careful.
If I'm careful. If I don't just, hey, let's go down south today. Let's drive all the way up to Anderson Air Force Base and just kind of step on the roof of the car, take a look around, right? So I go to the mobile up the street because I was already on fumes. So I go to the mobile up the street and I'm looking for, all of the pumps seem to have the out of service thing on it. So I finally got to one that didn't, and the lady comes over. She says, "Oh, we're out of regular." I was just goes, what? We're out of regular flavored gas. You have to buy the premium. And I thought, oh, great. So I think I go from buying something that's like $6.30 a gallon to something a little bit closer to about $6.80 a gallon. But here's the way it works, kids. You use the right credit card in there, and you get a little bit of a discount, and it doesn't feel quite so bad as it might elsewhere. Brace. Could be another one of those coming up here in just a second. 6:13 in the morning. Here it comes, the weather. Isolated showers today under mostly sunny skies. Wait a second. Let me get you pictures of some of those soon-to-be mostly sunny skies. We got some early arrival shots from Jeff over at Pirates Cove Thursday morning. Looking pretty good over there. Daytime highs today should be about 87 with a heat index. It'll feel like 92. Winds east up to about 11 miles an hour today. Tonight, scattered showers, mostly cloudy skies. The lows around 75 degrees and east winds 8 to 11 miles an hour. I don't know why we give the temperatures here because it really doesn't change all that much. I mean, can you tell the difference between 87 and 75?
Hot and hotter.
Yeah, exactly. Scattered showers in the forecast for tomorrow. There's partly sunny skies, east winds 9 to 14 miles an hour. Scattered showers tomorrow night as well, mostly cloudy then, around 76 degrees. Where's the part where we start talking about getting grill marks? Do I see any of that here? No. So sunrise just a few minutes ago at 5:57, and sunset tonight is going to be at 6:52. Hashtag tell the others. There it is. News and weather together, brought to you by Bank Pacific. Banking on the Pacific for 67 years.
The largest job fair is back, and we're ready to hire you. Join us at the Governor's Island-wide Job Fair on Friday, July 1st from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. at the Riga Royal Laguna Resort. Apply for over 500 jobs and jumpstart your career. We'll have over 60 employers on site, provide technical assistance and training opportunities. Learn more at hireguam.com. gta.com. This ad is supported by employment and training program funds from the U.S. Department of Labor as part of an award totaling $4.4 million.
As part of our ongoing commitment to keeping you connected, GTA is proud to participate in the Affordable Connectivity Program. The Affordable Connectivity Program, or ACP, provides eligible households with a $30 credit toward internet or mobile services. And now, if you qualify for ACP, you can get internet for as low as $28 a month. We're making it simple for both new and existing customers to apply this credit toward GTA internet and mobile services. To see if you qualify, visit gta.net. GTA, we start with you.
Well, isn't that nice? 6:15 in the morning, portions of the program brought to you by APL American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. Also being brought to you by the guys over at Security Title. That would be Ron and Kim. Check them out today. You got some real estate business that you're working on. These are the guys to work with. They'll take you through the escrow process, take you through all of the other fun stuff, including title searches and making sure that there are no blemishes, no dark spots on the title. And that's what they do better than anybody else at Security Title.
The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
I feel groovy. I got that, my God, why isn't today Friday feeling? Did you get up feeling exactly the same way? Something about, I don't know.
Yeah, almost there.
Last night, I went to go check out someplace new down in Tumon last night. I didn't actually go and buy anything. I just wanted to see it. There's this new beach bar thing underneath the
your favorite, Ray.
In between no, it's what is it, in between the Outrigger and the Deuce-It. Okay, do you remember a few years ago when we filmed the movie Max Havoc?
I do remember when we filmed that, Ray.
And there was like this outdoor beach scene going on. We get the little kids in their grass skirt things.
I do.
And I don't
Governor
know.
Felix was there.
Governor Felix Camacho was there. I almost guarantee that he was there. Tony Morena, all of the other guys that big shots at the time. I suppose big shots now. But that area there is where they did the filming for that movie. It was way before they started thinking about building and constructing the Deuce-It. But anyway, I think somebody said, "What's the name of it?" I said, "Tuba." No, it's not tuba. It's something else. It's a tabo. No, that's the thing that you take a bath with in the Philippines. I think
tuba would be good though.
Tuba would be good. So I walked into the thing and I'm like, oh man, this is really, really nice. And it's got all of these tiki things and very, very Hawaiian feel when you get in there. And I thought, well, that's a little bit of an appropriation, but all right, we'll take a look at it. And there's all these little places on the inside. But I went to the beach because I wanted to see if I could snake out some grill marks yesterday. So I didn't want to actually be on the inside, but I might throw a couple of pictures up here a little bit later on of some shots that I have, because they have this, and I want to make it for that. I want to make it for here. They've got this thing. It's like a surfboard table in the front, and there's no bar stool, as it were. What they've got here is their swings. So you put your butt in the swing, and then you can swing up to your drink it, put it down, and swing around.
Back.
Yeah. I thought, that's kind of novel, kind of clever.
Ray.
So we'll play around with that a little bit more. 6:18 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. 888-825-5888 TALK. That guy there, that's Real Joe. He'll get the phone when you call at 671-888-8255, 888-TALK. The Meme Machine is online and working for you right now. This is another way. I don't want to start the program by complaining about Windows 10, but I feel like I need to start the program to complain about Windows 10 because the system that I use that controls the visual radio here, that is rebooting now. There is apparently another, second time in a week, update of Windows 10. And what the heck? Let's do the update at 6 o'clock in the morning, just at the beginning of the Ray Gibson Show. It's updating the system now 25%, 45%. Don't restart it. It may restart on its own several times. So this is going to be one of those days where I have to go through every Windows 10 system that I've got in the building and figure out what's not going to work correctly. So I got that to look forward to at the end of the program. 6-9, I am the IT Kuya here at the radio station.
Yeah, you are, man.
Yeah, it's kind of spooky, isn't it? 6:19 in the morning. Donna D gets the Donna D doesn't get the phone when you call. Donna D takes care of news and headlines. Hey, well, you know what? I want you to let's go through the names of all of those guys from the Machete Melee.
No.
Oh, Carson,
That's
Curson,
so hard.
Kaysen.
Yeah. Wait,
Casey
hold on.
Kasem.
Marsha,
Marcin Kinton, Narson Martian, or I don't even know if I'm saying it right.
It's okay. There's a guy, Wiley Carey and Kyle Topazner. There's easy names. Kinton Marson or Marcin Kinton. There's Martian Mason or Mason Marson.
Man.
Your Honor. Normally, this comes from the headline in today's Pacific Daily News. Indictment confusion delays the Paseo case. Some of the confusion is caused by the AG's office staggering the indictment of the charges, Judge John Kwan said in the story. But in this case, I almost can't really blame the Attorney General's office for this because I would be confused by the thing as well. I remember being confused by the thing when we first started talking about it, when, because it's still in my head. I'm not sure who started everything. Was it the machete guy that started it, or did the guy with the gun start it? What was the I'm a little bit fuzzy on all of those kinds of things. It's going to be fun to watch them pack and unpack all of this stuff after they start deciding we're not going to refer to the defendants by their names anymore. Far too confusing. We'll give them names from like Disney movies or something like that. Oh,
Bambi.
Bambi, yeah, you can be Bambi, and you will be Woody, and you'll be Buzz, okay? And we'll just do it like that. Speaking of Disney movies, are they going to take out R. Kelly's "I Believe I Can Fly" from the
canceling begins?
That wasn't Disney though. That was I think. Warner
But it
Brothers.
is now, isn't it?
Oh, that was WB?
Space Jam? Yeah, I think it's WB.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, is Warner Brothers going to take it out then? Do you suppose? I mean, they're putting him away for 30 years. Did you see that? Did you hear that in the newscast? And then maybe put him in next to the same cell as Ghislaine Maxwell, which is very interesting. She gets 20 years, right?
20.
She got 20 years, and as near as anybody can tell, she has not yet given up any of her clients.
And that's why she's still breathing, Ray.
Maybe
she's going to do her time.
For a little bit longer, I suppose. Anyway, so Donna D's going to take care of all of that stuff, and we will get into whatever it is that we do around here on the Ray Gibson Show. There's a lot of items in the table of contents, very little of which comes from the newspapers these days. You got just a handful of stories of anything new here. Everybody's going to complain and grouse about the price of gas and oil and energy, and there really isn't all that much anybody can do about it. Except try to make better, smarter decisions on what you're doing with your money these days, and curbing your driving. I mean, have you noticed that you are thinking about where I'm going? Do I need to go here? Do I bundle up all of these trips so I'm not going, back and forth and back and forth? You just try to get more efficient at it, right?
I just stop and cry sometimes.
Sometimes you just pull over, fetal position in the front seat, and just kind of shake for a while. Yeah. I think there's a lot of people that are doing that as well. Anyway, so you got that story there. Mobile gas cappers risky. Fuel firm price cap bill is detrimental to Guam. And I don't know how much of that is, hey, look, we got to appear like we're doing something, so we'll have hearings, bring in a guy, you can do some testimony. Fred Nishara from the AG's office can swing by, and maybe we'll have Ed Byrne and Les Carlson down there, and so it will end up being the same story. I don't think it'll have any impact whatsoever on the price of gasoline here on Guam. It gives them an opportunity to grandstand. Hey, look at me. I'm doing something. You know what you're doing? You're irking the gas companies is what you're doing. So go ahead with your price cap, and I can see these guys going, yeah, maybe we'll work out of Saipan. Maybe, or you know what? Maybe just pull back out of Guam completely, and then we'll say, well, how are we going to get gasoline? Well, I don't know. Sounds like it's your problem, doesn't it? So you never know what the unintended consequences of something like this are going to be. And then you got Jimmy's bill that they were talking about,
and that they don't want.
No,
they say no,
because we're
Jimmy.
poor. We're poor.
No, Jimmy.
Yeah, this would be bad for the government because we're so poor. We don't have any, well, except for that $100 million extra that we've been collecting out of business privilege taxes. You know, I mean, this cost us a whole lot of money, and I don't know where we're going to be able to find any of that. Well, I don't know. We can make the government smaller, but nobody wants to talk about that in an election year. Anyway, 6:24 in the morning. We'll get around to all the other stuff on the table of contents, including the idea that they're going to be sending vaccines to Guam.
Oh, yeah, nice.
But not for COVID. They're going to be sending monkeypox vaccines.
Great news, James Howard. It's coming, bro. The help you wanted is coming.
Just a little bit longer. Hold out just a little bit longer. It's 6:25. Let's go find out who's monkeypoxing around here.
Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name, and they're always glad you came. You want to be where you can see our troubles are all the same. You want to be where everybody knows your name. You want to go where people know people are all the same. You want to go where everybody knows your name.
Isn't that a line? It's a line from that UB40 song, Red Red Rhyme, right?
You're right.
The line broke, the monkeypox choke.
Yes. You're right, Ray.
I could be. I don't know.
I Googled it, man.
It's been a long time since we played the song on the FM radio. It's 6:26 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. This is now. I had to jump out from the Facebook feed for a second and lost my place. So the app of record now is out of sync, as it were. So I don't have what may be the actual top 10 here this morning. I presume it might be Pam and Rico, but it just doesn't say on the app of record. So we're going to go with who I've got on number one here for now. It's Keena McCausland up in the upper left-hand corner of the United States mainland.
Up stateside advantage.
We were talking a little bit yesterday. Liberation coming on. July 21st here on Guam, obviously. I have been to actual liberation festivities at the Eagle Lodge up in Washington State. A good time, obviously, had by all. But Keena says they're not getting any word. Nobody's messaged me about liberation here in Washington, but there's going to be a big one in Texas. Well, they do everything big in Texas. Sandra Regis, we say Biba to you. Good to have you there. John Ray Titanu. There's Rico Blancaflor and Alfred Duenas. Let's go, Brandon. And Sandra says, don't forget Brenda. Okay. Hot sis of the program, Pam Duval, followed by Greg Fausto. Good to see Bandit. That's Ed Buenditsu. Valerie S.A. Untalan says, look out weekend. Here we come. And then I chime in and say R.I.P. to Woody Williams. If you were listening... It wasn't Liberation Day last year. It was the last working day before Liberation here on Guam. And I had Hero Dyron Cruz in the studio. And we had linked up with Woody via long distance. And he's the guy that is put together. You want to talk about an incredible legacy. They got all kinds of stuff named after him. And he's the Gold Star family guy. There's a new monument that's going up over at Skinner Plaza, and it is dedicated to Gold Star families. Well, the idea at the beginning, the germ of this came from a guy named Woody Williams. And Woody passed away, unfortunately. We're learning from virtually every media source on the planet here is reporting that he's passed away. Last surviving Medal of Honor recipient from World War II, and notably famous for the battles in Iwo Jima, the battle for Iwo Jima. But he was also here. He did the battle for Guam, and then did the battle for Iwo Jima, which was just a meat grinder of a battle, and told interesting stories. He was supposed to be coming back to Guam for the unveiling ceremony for our Gold Star monument here on Guam, and it doesn't. Obviously, he's not going to be able to make it in person, but I'm sure he will be there in spirit. Haven't yet had an opportunity. I've sent out messages to a couple of folks here this morning that are close to the topic. We'll see if we can get them on the line. line here a little bit more and find out a little bit about. Obviously, I'm sure that they're sad, but I'm sure that in his spirit they will continue to go forward with this. 6:29 in the morning. I see Randy Landis online. Chech Uggan and Sarita Garin says, "Good morning, Point family. Last day for June of 2022. Make it worth it." I'll work on some plans then to get that done. Kevin Wong is there. Patty Cruz, Jay Nauta, Dennis Benzer is hanging out. Post Canteen. Wow, what a great way to start July, huh? Declare your independence with almost $5,000 tomorrow night over at the VFW.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I got that.
Queen of Hearts.
Could be the last one that they do before they start all over again. This has been a long series, hasn't it? I mean, when was the last time
I've ever heard of?
When was it that Mark Cruz? I think Mark Cruz won the last of the jackpots, and that seems to me like it might have even been last year.
Yeah, last year.
It might have been in 2021. I got Joe and Goko there. EOD kaboom! What do we say about EOD guys?
Oh, hot wives.
Super hot wives.
Hey.
Oh my God! Former Governor Carl T.C. Gutierrez online.
Just bring back the sunshine, please. We're begging you.
He's back in town now, right?
I believe so.
You believe so? Okay, we'll see if we can hook up with him a little bit later on because there's lots going on. We had the story yesterday about the GVB team winning a prestigious award at at a Korean travel fair, the Expo, and then I got word yesterday that Jeju Air is going to be increasing again in the number of flights that they've got coming into town. Dude, they were.
I seen it with my own eyes everywhere.
Everywhere yesterday. Oh my God, it was crazy. All over the streets, virtually every place that I have been, restaurants, et cetera, et cetera. There have been some Koreans that have been there. Just wonderful. Obviously at the beach.
Yeah.
And I don't know, maybe, just I can't tell you the nature of, their lockdown activities, but boy, oh boy, there sure are lots of pregnant Koreans.
I've noticed that.
Yeah,
really.
yeah. It's lockdown, right? What can you do? What else? What do you want to do? Hey, babe. Fet to fet. Are you awake? I don't know how you say that in Korean, but I've seen the results. Tim Zedeker online. I got Greg Baz Knight there. Good morning to you. Dennis Benzer says the liberal areas are becoming awful. And blaming the people that carry money for getting pickpocketed kind of reminds me of something similar around here. No, it's true. Dennis referring to a story on Fox News where and they short him on cops. They're shorting him on cops. What do they say they're sending in there?
Unarmed community helpers.
My God. When are we getting back to common sense around here? When are we going to, you know what? We got criminals, and criminals feed on people, and the victim should not be further victimized by saying, well, you brought it on yourself. We told you there were going to be pickpockets here. We told you that there were going to be. Oh my God, more cops is what we need. Jess Paris is there. I see Lonnie Salas, Lena McDaniel, Joe Antitano, Hafatu Carlos Barreto, one of our favorite producers. Good morning. Can't believe it's July 2022 already. It's clear skies ahead, I suppose. Anthony Bennett, Lujan Duenas is on with us. Pat Bumba, Buenos Zen, Havade to Jose Tetpago Jr., Margaret Asakio, Pete Guerrero, and Rudy Rodolfo, the original Burger King. Tomorrow, breakfast melts. Coming to the radio station.
No, wait, really?
Yeah. He says what he said yesterday.
Well, then I'm coming to work.
We are coming. Yay! Happy Social Media Day, says Dennis Benzer. Really? I didn't know that there was a day set aside for that kind of thing. Anna Maria is there. Cheryl Ochai, Greg Fausto, Doris and Doug Mitchell, Pat A. Martha Tove is watching the program. Jose Tetpago says the fuel companies just flipped the bird to Clint Rigel. Lady D from up in G goes online. Bob and Connie Bartonico and let me see. Looking to see if I've missed any names here. Dennis Larson, B-Man is online.
The Buzzman.
Ken Leon Guerrero, the other Governor Leon Guerrero. Have I triggered anybody? Yes, Biba. Lou loves inflation, the tax that keeps on taking. Icy, Mr. Adobo. Better start cooking up another pot. Leslie St. Nicholas, good morning to Gerald Young and Frank Meno.
Biba Bunker,
good to have you there. Sarita says, grill marks for sure for Sunday, Fun Day, Beach Day. Okay, Big Sister Shelley's online. Joe and Goko says, RE dismissal and subsequent recharging of individuals in the Paseo incident. I detect a possible fallout at the AG's office or a lack of personnel to maintain basic function. Just my opinion. Joe, that opinion is shared by Peter Santos and Doug Moylan, and I'm sure Tom Fisher and any number of other people that are looking at that saying, Ooh, got a kind of loosey-goosey around there. Let's go. I'm starving, says Brendan Fausto. Henry Manglotnia is there. Simon Sanchez from the CCU. Good morning to Peter Lozano. Rico B says, Gov Guam job fairs. There are any openings for pool lifeguards? Oh, wait, the pools have been closed since the reign of the Red Queen. Nate Horn and Zonka Mafnas online. Half a day to you, my friend. Perlita Delamar Garcia. Rick Leone. Huge crowd here. Stephen Klein, I hate it when Windows 10 updates while I'm trying to use it. No, that's when it updates.
That's the best time. Right?
You know, it could do it in your sleep. It could just go and just update when you're sleeping. But no, it always finds it. When is the most critical, most important time for this? It's 6:34. When did I start talking about this? Like 20 minutes ago, right?
Yeah.
It's still going. The update is still going. I've finally gotten it so I can log into it. But of course now it's going to find something else that will cause it to restart. All right. I thought it was thought about it as a parent. I thought about it as a godparent. Thought about it as an uncle of preschool children. Ismail says, and as a man myself, and the son of a man, and the grandson of a man. Getting kicked in the blank hurts like the Dickens. You've come to an important realization here, Your Honor. Benidosa Tau, Chad, Nathan Sablan, Oscura. And let me see. Rico Blancaflor, anyone believe that President Trump started a fight in the Beast? There's even the Secret Service. There was some bombshell thing that they were touting on the January 6th about how Trump tried to take the wheel of the limo or something like that and steer it towards the Capitol. And even they've orchestrated that thing. It is like an episode of, I don't know, the Kardashians. But in the Secret Service that were in the room said, no, he didn't do that. Stop spouting that stupidity. Ellen, Leon Guerrero. Even the Roy Canetta billboard, somebody put a picture of a burger next to his face.
Oh, yeah. I saw that yesterday.
What are you trying to say here? What are you trying to say with the placement of the burger? But he's taking it in stride. I got to give Roy that.
You should. I would be hungry, man.
No, he's taking it in stride. He's referring to it as Whopper Wednesday.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I don't know if Rudy Rodolfo is going to be hooking him up with a lifetime pass for Whoppers or something like that. But you never know, right? Nate Benidosa Tautau, Vincent Anthony Borja is there soon to be. That's a Biba right there, and Belen Sidel with multiple hearts. Good morning to Gemma Bustamante, Richard Troy Gutierrez online, Bill Wyndham. There's one of the names I was looking for, Janine Bloss. Hi, Janine.
Good morning, Janine.
Good morning, Janine. Matt Galendez, Venue Guam, Ree Kanata. There's another one. Hi, good morning, Ree. Hime Boy Vega, R. Kelly be bumping and grinding for 30 years. Oh, my God, I forgot that song. Joy Kitatu, Lucia Flemingwood, et cetera, et cetera. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in this morning. I appreciate it. Do me a favor, as I'm fond of saying it this time because I forget it all the other times, like and share the program. There's all kinds of people that have yet to discover what it is about this show, what it is about the family that we've got here, what it is about the incredible interaction that we have between one another that you don't, I think, get on any other radio station. The kind of interaction, because you can see each other in the Facebook, and somebody pops up with an idea. You can back that up, or you can contradict them. I think that's fantastic. We do that on Facebook Live. Also do it on YouTube Live, and I'll get around to taking a look at what the commentary looks like on YouTube in a couple of minutes now as my computer begins to warm up. And see what those guys have got to say. Now, you might be wondering, what's the difference between, Facebook side, YouTube side? As I say, Facebook side's kind of like the fancy living room, take off your shoes when you come in kind of thing. And then you got the YouTube side. We don't care if you're wearing clothes on that side. It's
dark web. Right?
There's two coolers, a red cooler and a blue cooler, and a bunch of guys and a growing number of girls.
Yes,
and a growing number of women
welcome.
That like to hang out with the bad boys on that side. So pick one or both. There's all kinds of people that like to lurk on both of the platforms. So you're more than welcome to do all of that stuff. All right. Table of contents. We've already run through that. Tell you what, let's get into some news and headlines with Donna D. On the other side of that, we'll find out what's happening in early morning traffic. And then on the other side of that, we'll begin the Thursday version of the Ray Gibson Show in earnest. I'll be serious this time. Okay. Be right back. Here. Now with news and headlines. Here's Donna D.
The attorney of Suruhanu Frank Kosa Nicholas has filed a motion for a mistrial. On the third day of trial, attorney Jay Areola cited prosecutorial misconduct. The motion comes after Superior Court Judge Arthur Barcinas ordered several witnesses to be excluded from testifying in the trial after agreeing with Areola that the witnesses' statements could contain hearsay. Areola says there was improper questioning in violation of the defendant's right to a fair trial. And a man charged in connection with stealing items from a parked van told officers he'd pay for it and he'd ask his auntie for money. Officers met with a man and woman who reported items valued at $230 that were stolen from their parked car at a Aconta Mall on Tuesday. And surveillance footage showed Losal L. fainted as the man opening the car's front doors and holding a dark object in his hands as he left. The next day, fainted and two others were caught by a different man who told police that the suspect went into his company van and stole his cigarettes. Fainted was charged with 2 counts of burglary to a motor vehicle and theft of property. And 3 of the 4 people wanted in connection with an ongoing burglary investigation have been captured by police officers. 48-year-old Nelly Ann Alvarez, 36-year-old Jeremy Tapaznia Mapoti, and 30-year-old Gerald Joseph Alvarez were located yesterday, but 35-year-old Louis Julian St. Nicholas remains on the run. GPD reminds the community not to approach St. Nicholas as he may be armed. Details about the case have not been made public. Police ask anyone with information about the case to call GPD at 475-8515. And those are your local headlines on The Point.
I got you. 6:40 in the morning, and Pam Duvall asked me to check my WhatsApp and the meme machine. All right, got it. I'm not sure. It looks like it's a receipt for over at Shell. So she's so they got the Pacific Points things, and I haven't sorted out how to do this. I know I've got a number of points that I've already amassed from buying beer and ice for the last 2 or 3 months or something like that. I don't know how many points I've amassed, but apparently you can convert those points to gasoline.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So I don't know how.
From Shell?
Yeah. It's so I'm trying to get to the bottom line on the picture to see what it says. Pam, you might need to call in and tell me what it is that exactly I'm looking at. But the receipt, and it looks like, so here's how much you put in. Your total gasoline looks like $100 and some odd dollars, and then you bang, start chipping away, start cashing in those points, and then down at the bottom you get to something like $18 worth of gasoline. So obviously there's a way to use all of these points. Like I said, I used my credit card, the bank credit card yesterday, and so I got a discount over at the mobile station. She's talking about buying gas with her Pacific Points points over at the Shell.
I think with 300 points, you get $8, like an $8 voucher that you scan.
What?
Yeah. 300 points.
I'm sitting on like 2,000 points right now.
$8. Yeah, and then you know what? And I think you can use. I know. Can you give me some? But you can use. Multiple vouchers, because when I used it one time, the lady's like, "Oh, only one." I'm like, "Oh, you can use more than one."
Okay. I thought I knew everything about that program, but like I said, I'm just trying to amass the points right now. I knew that there were things that I could cash out early with, but I didn't realize that there was that much in terms of gasoline. I mean, gas goes a long way in this town, literally. 8:42 in the morning. Well, thanks for that, Pat. Thanks for that. The little knowledge kick there from Donna. 888-8255-888-TALK. On the way back, we'll take a look at what may or may not be happening in traffic here.
Take your business to new heights with the United Business Credit Card. Earn 30,000 bonus miles after spending $3,000 within the first 3 months after account opening. Plus, earn 3 times the miles per $1 spent on United tickets through United until April 30th, 2023, and 2 times the miles thereafter. Visit any First Hawaiian Bank branch or go to fhb.com United Business for more information and to apply for your United Business Credit Card today. First Hawaiian Bank. It all starts with yes.
Go green, go hybrid, go to Nanbo Insurance, and your next power bill is on us. Insure your hybrid car at Nanbo and get up to $350 towards your next power bill. That's instant savings for keeping our island clean and green. Nanbo has been providing Guam with over 50 years of reliable and affordable auto insurance. At Nanbo, it pays to go green. Terms and conditions apply. Visit nanbo.com or call 477-9754 for details.
Attention! Lolita Kamet is now with Hafaday Realty. She'll always be that hardworking and passionate real estate professional who is committed to helping you make a difference in your life and helping you achieve the American dream of home ownership. She also specializes in commercial leasing, land sales, local residential sales leasing, military and corporate relocation. So for all your real estate needs, call Lolita Kamet now with Hafaday Realty at 688-6743. That's 688-6743.
Boy, there's a lot of stuff going on this weekend for 4th of July. Have you seen how much crap is going on this weekend? It's going to be just amazing. All right, July 4th, 4 until 8 at the ArcLight Park at Anderson Air Force Base. Live music from Precious Metal and Passenger 3. There'll be food booths, balloon twisting, face painting, carnival rides, and a spectacular fireworks show. Wait a second. This is the Air Force? They're doing a fireworks show for the Air Force? Now, did they go find Jeff Sanchez for this, or they just go?
No, Mark Charfus.
I'm going to stop. That's funnier than what I was going to say. Anyway, 6:44 in the morning. All right, take a look at what's going on in traffic. The map on the screen right now. Don't see a whole lot. Anderson Air Force Base. Maybe things are getting busy out there. A little bit of traffic over at the front gate, but nothing major that's going to slow you down. All the way into downtown. Day-to-do area. Don't see anybody lined up over at Route 27. So I Sang Song and Marine Corps Drive. 1 and 3 running a little bit busy. At the intersection, not on the Route 3 side. 16, not looking so bad here this morning, all the way from the Micronesia Mall, all the way to 8, 10, and 16. Not a whole lot of traffic on Route 10 right now. Looking at Route 8 on the way into the downtown Negatnya area, running smooth. Route 4 running smooth. I think it's going to be a gorgeous day to drive, but it's still early, 6:45. That's your right now traffic. This is The Point.
$15 might not get you that far, but Chili's is bucking the trend with $15 meal deals. At Chili's, $15 gives you not 1, not 2, but 3-course meal deals complete with a drink, a starter, and an entree. Mix and match 3-course meals 15 ways to Sunday with soup, salad, or chips and salsa to start, and ranchero chicken tacos, honey chipotle crispers with rice, bacon ranch quesadillas, or personal fajitas for the main course. Build your own $15 meal deal at Chili's. More life and great value happen here.
Is your business ready for digital transformation? The latest Wi-Fi technology is here, and it's Docomo Pacific's WorkPass, powered by Plume. WorkPass unlocks connectivity, productivity, and security tools all in the palm of your hand. Access features like adaptive Wi-Fi, guest and employee networks, evolving AI security, plus so much more. To learn more about WorkPass, visit business.docomopacific.com. Docomo Pacific Business. Work better together.
Thank you very much. Portions of the program brought to you by the guys over at NissanGuam.com on the World Wide Web. I always start with the .com thing because gas is expensive, and I don't want you to just go over there and not know what you're doing. So go to NissanGuam.com first. It looks like this on your screen, and take a look around, see what they've got. I already know a whole lot about the Nissan line, but they've made so many changes to these cars over the last couple of years. A lot of them have been absolutely, totally redesigned. You take a look at the Sentra. This ain't your father's Sentra. For sure. And you're going to love the price on this. Gas mileage, 30-plus miles to the gallon. I want to say between, 32 and 35 or something like that. A whole bunch of their cars get better than 30 miles to the gallon over at Nissan. And to further entice you to enjoy a life as a Nissan driver, how about this? You stroll in, zero down. Zero down. That's the kind of deal they make for only, the cream of the crop around here, finger in the air kind of folks. But now for everybody, zero down payment, super easy financing, and financing as low as 1.99% APR. Conditions may apply. Find out what they are at NissanGuam.com.
News to fill your mind. Talk to get it out. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-8255.
Yes, there are new businesses that are opening up here. I have noticed that. We've got, there's apparently a new pet store. What's the name of it, Rocky or something?
Rocky's Pet Supplies.
Where they at?
East Agania, that white building, that big one. Remember? There was a sign. Wasn't that the one?
There's a...
Wait. I think I'm making stuff up.
White building, East Agania. They might have actually picked up an ad somewhere. Rocky's Pet Supplies, aquarium fish food, dog and cat food, pet supplies, and more. But your question was, will they have animals in there? Okay, so in between T-District and Remax Diamond Realty. Okay, so basically the old Feathers and Fins.
Oh, that one. Whoops. Okay, I was thinking of something else.
All right, basically, the old Feathers and Fins, T-District, that's a thing for me and my daughter, we'll go make the excuse, we got to go to T-District. I'm going to get some chai, T-District. Oh, Dad, let's go take a look at the pet store. But I don't know if they're going to have pets.
It doesn't
There's pictures of pets. There's a kitty cat and a rabbit, and you know who would know? Nate Horn.
Yeah, he's
Nate
a
would
cat
know.
man, right?
He's a cat man, and that was like his thing. He'd love to, just spend some time with the kittens over at Feathers
I
and
like to
Fins.
go there and stick my finger in the cage and try to pet them with my finger.
Absolutely.
Well, yeah.
Do they still
I
have
just
that
spend an hour
the
there.
old Persian cat running around? Do we still have that?
There was another one because the first one,
Did it?
died,
Okay.
and then I think the
There's another new place that has opened up. I called them last night, and it's Mrs. Wheel Pie. Huh? Okay, so you know where?
What's that, Ray?
What's that?
What is that, Ray?
Is that like Sweeney Todd?
That's why I called them, because I didn't know what the nature of the product was. So I got them on. I parked at the light. You know where the 76 Circle K is, Marine Corps Drive, and it used to be Elau's place, the electronics, electric store that they had there for 100 years. They've refurbished the building, renovated the building, and they've got a new tenant first floor, just before you get to the car wash at the Mobile. You know where I'm headed now?
Yeah.
Come down the hill from JFK, and just before you get to the intersection, that's where they are.
Yeah.
And so I called them up on the phone last night, and I said, hello, and they said, hi, thank you for calling Mrs. Wheel Pie. I said, what is a wheel pie? What exactly do you do there? And she said, it was kind of a pastry that they've got. And I said, well, what goes in it? What do you have? Well, the only thing we've got now is chocolate. And then I'm like, okay, got me. Yeah, all right, I'm there. I'll give it a shot. The next time I'm in that direction and I've got some money in my pocket, maybe I'll swing by there and see what's going on at Mrs. Wheel Pie. But otherwise, I have no other experience with that. What do you got there, Real Joe?
Where's that?
Oh, that's my congressman.
Oh, wait, what?
Jimmy Craig.
See Jimmy.
Oh, Jimmy Craig.
Yeah.
That Congressman Jimmy
Yeah,
Craig.
it's my
Okay, got you.
congressman.
10 away from the top of the hour. Not yet. You have to wait till the inauguration, the actual swearing in, and I don't know this thing
All
about.
those are just
formalities.
formalities.
Formalities,
Come on.
agree. It's 10 away from the top of the hour. Jimmy Craig Moylan on the line. Good morning, buddy.
Good morning, Ray.
How you doing there?
Great morning. It's fantastic. I love the mornings. It's
well,
always crisp and fresh.
I love the mornings as well. I don't know what to do with the rest of my day in most cases, but certainly the mornings tend to keep me occupied. All right, so here's what we got. A couple of things I just wanted to. What do you know about Mrs. Wheel Pie? Do you have any information on
Mrs. Wheel Pie?
Mrs. You haven't seen the store yet?
No. Tell me.
No, I already told the listeners. I don't want to bore them twice on it. So here's the thing, and there's headlines here, and unfortunately, it's Clint Rigel's measure that got more attention from the people in the newspaper business. PDN says mobile gas cap is risky because the guy from Mobile says it could affect the community's access to a safe and reliable fuel supply. Do we need to translate that into English? You passed this law, we're leaving. Goodbye. End of the last 80 years of doing great business on Guam. Love you, mean it. 6:52 in the morning, and on the Guam Daily Post it says fuel firm price cap bill is detrimental to Guam. And like I said, unfortunately, that takes a whole lot of headline space. And your story, your bill, in most cases, relegated to page 2 or 3 or 4 in the newspaper. And what your bill meant to do was to eliminate the business privilege tax on liquid fuels.
Exactly. We're looking for more cuts, and these are things that the legislature is in control of. We applied those taxes. We can take those taxes away. That was the whole argument. We need to say that the pumps, people need relief any way that they can get it. And if it's a few cents off every time you pump a gallon, that's worth it. Give the people the relief, and that was the object of 290. We heard public testimony. Well, basically, we heard from the government to say, you know what, we're not going to do that. The 5% is 3% is dedicated to the bonds, so fine. But there's still 2% left. Let's look at that. Any relief at the pump is my objective, to give the people of Guam that opportunity to save more in their pocket. And the 2% means multiply that to the gallons, cost it per gallon, and that's how much you received. So the price goes up, you get 2% off, right? Every time the price goes down, it's just 2%. It's a floating measure. Mm-hmm. So it's important that we look for cuts. And my disappointment at the government is that why aren't you assisting us in looking for cuts in the administration? We're coming up with ideas and looking for things for the people of Guam, and the administration is fighting us and saying, no, we're not going to cut this.
We're too poor. We're poor in the government of Guam, and those monies have been set aside or whatever.
Yeah, that's set aside is one thing, but this is the people's house. We're a co-equal branch of government. We represent what the public is saying to us. We're telling the government, the administration, that this must be done as well.
All right, Jim, if you don't mind, can we return to the conversation in the next hour, about 7:40 or so?
Probably, sure.
Probably, okay.
Sure.
Yeah, because I've got Dr. Shea on the line, and he's on his way to surgery, but I want to give him an opportunity to make a plug for something that is going to be coming up late in the month. Okay, I'll talk to you pretty soon. Boy, you must be special, Dr. Shea. I just offloaded Jim Moylan for you.
Oh my God! I shouldn't do that.
Yeah, well, you're going to go and deliver a baby, and so I think that takes some kind of priority around here. So while you're making your prep and doing your steps here, a couple of things. Number one, welcome back to Guam. I think that's always an appropriate greeting when I see you or hear from you again. And number two, you are not letting the grass grow under your feet. Your medical community is going to be having a gubernatorial debate here in July.
Yeah, July 28th. That's the date that we agreed to sit it on, and both teams, both Lou Leongaro, Josh, we already notified them, and also the Michael St. Nicholas and Sabrina team as well. Mm-hmm. We also notified the Camacho and Ada team, but the way we would like to set it up this year for the primary is very interesting, because we're probably going to have the Democratic primary debate between the Democratic side, and not to exclude the Republican side, but we'd like to probably invite the Camacho Ada team for a pre-debate forum in the same event, but the focus will be on the Democratic primary, because the Republican side doesn't have a challenger. They're
Correct.
Just supporting one single team. So we'd like to, have that separated out, and then in the general election, we'll have the Republican and Democratic team go at it. But it probably is going to be focused all on healthcare. As you know, the Guam Medical Association is a healthcare-driven organization, so we're going to try to balance that out and discuss because there's other organizations that debate on other issues. So I think in a 2-hour format, I think it's best to just focus on healthcare.
Well, the questions almost write themselves when we're talking about a healthcare focused Guam Medical Association debate, up to and including topics surrounding Roe versus Wade, abortion availability, whether your side considers it right or healthcare or another, and other healthcare needs specifically that women have on Guam that are not being addressed currently. Other questions about, well, what are we going to do about a hospital? Do we really need to build a new hospital out in the middle of nowhere on Route 15, or are there things that we can do in the near term to shore things up over at Guam Memorial Hospital, in particular in the OBGYN?
Well, I think the thing we want to get out of these candidates is to contrast and see what similarities they have, and also the contrasting side, and how to make improvements to Guam. And we're talking about hospital that's 6-8 years down the road. We had a NBC meeting yesterday, and they're talking about 6 to 8 years. What do we do in the meantime? What do we do to address the issues that we have at hand right now? Because 6 years from now, 7 years from now, who knows what's going to happen? Mm-hmm. And majority of us are going to be hitting our 60s in our medical career. So it's going to be nuts. I'll be going into my 31st or second year practicing on Guam 6-7 years from now. I may not even be here, and majority of my colleagues are older than me, so we're going to have to address those issues. The questions does not need to be released to the candidates. The topics probably will, but we'll have to see what happens. But they should know the topics of healthcare, and I don't think that's anybody's. It's anybody's guess what we're going to ask. But it's always a heated debate with the medical side, as you know from the past. And we invite all the media. All the medias are welcome. And we haven't identified the moderator yet, but the moderator should be well-versed in healthcare so that the question is asked, and if there's kind of like a quote-unquote BS answer, we're able to understand what's going on and redirect that question.
Right. Okay, so Macris, go get Macris. He's in Florida. Just or it might be in Costa Rica. You never know with that guy. But bring him out.
George is my friend.
I know.
I have good discussions with George, and we agree on some things. We don't agree on some things, but George is not here. I'm still here, so I would say that I would know more about healthcare than George about what Guam's situation is like. But if he's listening, I love George. He's very colorful, and he has his own way of dealing with things, and I have my own way of dealing with things. But for me, I'm not going to be the moderator of the debate. I'm going to stay away from that because it's always controversial, and I don't need those headaches on my hands.
Well, have you picked Doc, have you picked a venue yet? All right, so it's the 28th.
We have several. We have several venues that we have already kind of identified, and we're going to be meeting up next week with some of my providers and identify the venue.
All right, well, keep us posted. Keep us posted here because we're really interested. I hate to rush. I've got the news coming up here in just a second, but I wanted to thank you very much for chiming in and for once again getting involved with the Guam Medical Association, doing that debate. It would be nice if there were three heads there. I understand what the thinking is over at the Camacho Ada camp, so we'll looking forward to understanding a little bit about the forum that you will have prior to the great debate. And as we get closer and closer, we'll talk about getting tickets out to people, where it's going to be, and what noisemakers will be allowed and what won't be allowed.
Sure. Now, we also are flexible as well. If the Camacho Ada team really wants to get involved and they really want to get in between the Democrat side, then hey, sure, maybe we'll include them into the debate. But I don't think they want to be kind of caught in a crossfire.
They've turned down a couple of opportunities already. Doc, I got to run. I'll talk to you pretty soon. Have a great day and good luck in surgery today. All right. Here comes the Fox News on the point.
That was used where these people perished.
He says the hope is to increase the capability of stopping trucks like that, though the specifics of that suspected human smuggling case remain under investigation. R&B star R. Kelly sentenced to 30 years in prison for sexually abusing women and girls. He was convicted on federal racketeering and sex trafficking charges and still faces a separate trial on child pornography and obstruction counts. The only surviving bomber from a 2015 ISIS massacre in Paris is convicted and locked up for life. A special court also convicting more than a dozen other suspects involved in the attacks.
The attacks killed scores of people in places that range from the French National Stadium to cafes in Paris. Salah Abdeslam is the chief suspect. He was convicted of murder and sentenced to life in prison without parole. France does not have the death penalty. A prison term of life without parole is extremely rare. 18 other defendants were found guilty on terrorism counts. One other was found guilty of fraud.
Fox's Gernal Scott. The court found that Abdeslam's explosive vest malfunctioned, dismissing his defense argument that he ditched the vest because he decided not to follow through with the attack. A judge in New York State just lifting a contempt order against former President Donald Trump, who'd been penalized for failing to comply with a subpoena in a New York civil probe of his business practices. The state attorney general green-lighted today's decision, agreeing Trump's recent submissions satisfied prior orders. He also paid a fine. America is listening to Fox News.
Subway's Eat Fresh Refresh brings you the sequel to the Sweet Onion Chicken Teriyaki. Enjoy the new Sweet Onion Steak Teriyaki. Delight your taste buds with tender, juicy steak marinated in the tangy new Sweet Onion Teriyaki sauce and stacked high on toasted artisan Italian bread, topped with American cheese, green peppers, red onions, and drizzled with the tangy new Sweet Onion Teriyaki sauce. The new Sweet Onion Steak Teriyaki is the height of food craveability. Give into your cravings at Subway. Eat fresh.
Choosing health insurance for my family is difficult. I need to know our health insurance will protect us now and in the future. Take Care members have access to the island's largest offering of free fitness classes and health education programs, and a high-quality credentialed network of on- and off-island healthcare providers, including the convenient one-stop FHP Health Center and urgent care. My family choose Take Care. Your family should also consider choosing Take Care. Call 671-647-3526 for more information. Take Care, our island, your health plan.
Inflation relief on the way for California residents from the state government.
California plans to send millions of inflation relief payments of up to $1,050 under a new budget deal. Those with up to $75,000 in income or $150,000 if married and filing jointly will receive up to $350 per tax filer.
plus $350 if they have one or more dependents. Those who earn more will still get a break. For instance, those with less than $250,000 in income or $500,000 if filing jointly can get up to $200 a filer plus another $200 if they have any dependents. Lillian Wu, Fox News.
The federal government holding its first auction of onshore oil and natural gas drilling leases since President Biden took office. This after a federal court blocked the administration's effort to suspend such sales because of climate change concerns. Oil production has increased in the U.S. in recent months, but it's still well below pre-pandemic levels. A TV fan favorite will attempt to come back with two of its original stars.
Another sequel has found its way into development. Who's the Boss? The sequel series reunites original stars Tony Danza and Alyssa Milano. The series will be executive produced by Norman Lear and has landed at Amazon Freevee for development. The two are set to return to their roles as Tony and Samantha Maselli 30 years after the events of the original series, which also starred Judith Light. The new series sees Samantha, a single mother, now living in the family house with her father. In line with all Lear series, the show will explore generational differences as well as opposing worldviews and parenting styles within the dynamic of a modern family in 2022.
Fox's Michelle Polino. Stocks fluctuate and finish mixed with the Dow up 82 points. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News.
$15 might not get you that far, but Chili's is bucking the trend with $15 meal deals. At Chili's, $15 gives you not one, not two, but three-course meal deals complete with a drink, a starter, and an entree. Mix and match three-course meals 15 ways to Sunday with soup, salad, or chips and salsa to start, and ranchero chicken tacos, honey chipotle crispers with rice, bacon ranch quesadillas, or personal fajitas for the main course. Build your own $15 meal deal at Chili's. More life and great value happen here.
As part of our ongoing commitment to keeping you connected, GTA is proud to participate in the Affordable Connectivity Program. The Affordable Connectivity Program, or ACP, provides eligible households with a $30 credit toward internet or mobile services. And now, if you qualify for ACP, you can get internet for as low as $28 a month. We're making it simple for both new and existing customers to apply this credit toward GTA internet and mobile services. To see if you qualify, visit gta.net. GTA, we start with you.
Check out the newest hydro and garden center to hit Guam, Crop King Hydro. We have a huge selection of plant nutrients, soils, hydroponic mediums, organic pest control pumps, plant support, tools, and so much more. Call 635-4769. 635-GROW. Open Monday through Saturday, 10 to 6 at the Dededo Satina Mall, right across from Payless and Paradise Fitness. For whatever you grow, think Crop King Hydro. Crop King Hydro.
Half a day at 7:06. I'm Donna De Jesus. Here's a look at your local news on The Point. The attorney of Suruhanu, Frank Cosa Nicholas, has filed a motion for a mistrial on the third day of trial. Attorney Jay Ariola cited prosecutorial misconduct. The motion comes after Superior Court Judge Arthur Barcinas ordered several witnesses to be excluded from testifying in the trial after agreeing with Ariola that the witnesses' statements would contain hearsay. Assistant AG Rochelle Canto asked Barcinas to reconsider having one of the witnesses testify and explain that the witness was being brought in to report on the victim's demeanor. The motion for mistrial states that Barcinas granted Canto's request under the condition the testimony did not contain hearsay statements and only related to the victim's demeanor. Ariola argues that when the witness testified yesterday, the judge's order was violated twice when Canto asked the witness if he was present when the victim revealed to mutual friends that she was sexually assaulted by San Nicolas. Ariola says this was improper questioning in violation of the defendant's right to a fair trial. San Nicolas faces charges of third-degree criminal sexual conduct as a second-degree felony and 2 counts of fourth-degree criminal sexual conduct as misdemeanors connected to the sexual assault of a 26-year-old woman in a cave in May of 2020. And a man charged in connection with stealing items from a parked van told officers he'd pay for it and he'd ask his auntie for money. Officers met with a man and woman who reported items valued at $230 were stolen from their car that was parked at a Kanta Mall on Tuesday. Surveillance footage showed Losal El fainted as the man opening the car's front doors and holding a dark object in his hand as he left. When questioned, he admitted to opening the door, but says he didn't take anything. The next day, Fainted and 2 others were caught by a different man who told officers that a man wearing all black and holding a baseball bat went into his company van and stole his cigarettes. Fainted told police he would pay for the cigarettes and ask his auntie for money. Fainted had previously been charged in connection with a robbery of a game room in April of 2021 after video surveillance caught him assaulting a security guard. For the recent incidents, Fainted was charged with 2 counts of burglary to a motor vehicle as a second-degree felony, theft of property as a misdemeanor, and as a petty misdemeanor. We'll have more news after this.
Half a day. Patsy Gogri from Security Title here with information about what a title company does. The title side of our business determines who owns a property and guarantees your ownership with a title insurance policy. The escrow side acts as an independent third party, managing the transfer of money and documents between the buyer, seller, lenders, and others. Security Title has a management of real estate closings down to a science. Give us a call. We are here to help.
A man who has a history of run-ins with the law was arrested after police found drugs. Officers spoke with 44-year-old Jeremy Farron Lapid at the Tumon precinct after police received a report of a potential violation. The violation was not detailed in court documents. As he was being taken into custody, authorities found multiple baggies with methamphetamine on him. Lapid was arrested in 2011 after being accused of using food stamps to pay a bar tab. He was also accused of stealing from tourists in 2016 and stealing a car in 2017. Meanwhile, a U.S. attorney wants a federal judge to reconsider her decision to acquit Mark Smith of conspiracy to commit wire fraud. Federal prosecutors filed the request in district court yesterday. Special Assistant U.S. Attorney William Doolittle and Assistant U.S. Attorney Maravik David argued that the court did not consider additional evidence presented at trial that independently supports the jury's guilty verdicts, adding that the court made a manifest error of law by adopting Smith's economic value theory of wire fraud. Prosecutors also want the judge to deny Smith's request to acquit him of the remaining charges. District Chief Judge Ramona Manglotnia announced her decision on May 17 after the defense argued that the verdict returned against Smith was not valid and demanded a new trial. Smith was accused of receiving household housing payments as a Section 8 housing program landlord through his now deceased friend Glenn Wong, despite Smith's conflict of interest as a Gura attorney at the time. And those were your top stories. Back to Ray with the weather.
I'll get around to doing weather in a minute.
Okay.
It's got more important things to talk about here besides the weather, including a story that comes from the Philippines. It actually came in on my Google Guam alert.
Oh, yeah.
Because there's a writer at Sunstar in Cebu. His name is Guam. The guy's name is Guam.
His first name?
It's might be a first. Yes, his first name is Guam P. Lagrono, and it's an interesting story. I get stories from this guy like once, twice a week because there's he's a prolific writer and he's got an interesting beat. I think he's on the barangay beat, if you will. Now Donna, who is of more Filipino descent than I am, can describe in great detail how yes you can do it, Donna. You can do it. Go on.
No,
She's making the face. No, don't call me teacher. Don't call me. Okay, so
I was born here. I don't know anything.
She flew here.
You
flew here.
Yes, you kept the day. I mean, it's like you could be just Jesus, but you kept the day, de Jesus.
Yeah.
So you're closer to your ancestors than me. But hey, I'm on a roll. Don't stop me.
Okay.
Because I'm kind of curious as to how they identify where people live. Local police in Karkar City arrested a 48-year-old farmer of going amok on Tuesday morning after his wife refused to have sex with him. That in and of itself is an interesting story. But then we try to nail down exactly who this guy is and where he's from. So residents of Sitio Danico, Barangay Guadalupe in Karkar City decided to call the police after Ariel had damaged some of their belongings using his bolo.
His bolo?
His bolo, not bolero, bolo. But so here's this. So if I say which one, how do I describe this? So Karkar City would be like a village. And then you've got Barangay Guadalupe, this is in that village somewhere. And then the subsection of that is Sitio Danico. Is that, you don't know?
Did you say Pekpek
That sounds
province?
about right.
I did not say Pekpek, I said Karkar.
Oh.
There's subtle differences. So She doesn't know. What do you know? You don't know anything about this?
I don't know. I just want to see the Kili Kili.
And you notice when Chanel came to the studio yesterday, she was
blushed.
layers of protection against the Kili Kili challenge that we threatened to do on her. All right, 7:13 in the morning. Fine. Sarita, explain how all of this works. Do we have anybody that's ever been to the Philippines or lived in the Philippines that understands the concept here? Get back to me, would you? Mostly sunny today. Highs near 87 degrees. Winds east up to about 11 miles an hour today. Tonight, mostly cloudy and overnight lows cooler, about 75 degrees. Scattered showers are still in the forecast. They said that about yesterday, but actually yesterday turned out to be a pretty cool afternoon. Partly sunny in the forecast for Friday day and the evening. Highs around 86 degrees. Again, scattered showers are in the forecast there. Sunrise this morning was at 5:57. Will sunset tonight at 6:52. Hashtag tell the others. There it is. News and weather together on The Point.
I want my children to be healthy and safe for the new school year. That's why I made an appointment at the FHB Health Center for their annual checkups, vaccines, physicals, and dental exams. FHB pediatricians and dentists deliver the highest quality of care. I trust them. So can you. Receive a free gift with your child's checkup. For an appointment, call 671-646-5825, press 1. Most private insurance plans accepted. FHB Health Center. Our island, your clinic.
Everyone has a busy schedule these days, and sometimes we forget to schedule our routine dental checkup and cleaning. Don't neglect your dental health. Schedule one today with Dr. Robert Yang and his Smile Team. Conveniently located at the East West Business Center on Marine Drive, Upper Tumon. Call us today at 647-8702 or 3. Again, that's 647-8702 or 647-8703. We make smiles happen.
Yep. I've got you. It's portions of the program brought to you by APL American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. Also brought to you by California Pizza Kitchen. You're going, hey, that's where I go for dinner. Where are they doing advertising in the morning? California Pizza Kitchen in Agana is open for breakfast right now. Right now. You can go. And everybody says my favorite part when you talk about California Pizza Kitchen in Agana is talking about the mimosas that they have there. Come on, treat yourself. You know, have you ever gotten on the front end of the airplane and you were able to sit in like the first 10 rows? Chances are pretty good you were given a mimosa as you were sitting down, as you're putting your drinks up there. The lady or the guy will come up to you and say, "Hello, Mr. Real Joe Cruz. Would you like a mimosa? Would you like a drink?"
Yes.
And they come at you with a mimosa, and it's usually orange juice. God, I can smell first class now. It's orange juice with some champagne in it, and it is so good. And now they don't give anything in the back of the airplane in the mouth breather section, the Section 8 version of there. They don't give them mimosas. Only the people up in the front, the beautiful people. So be a beautiful person this morning and have a mimosa over at CPK. Apple juice, orange juice, cranberry juice, mango juice even, and it tastes so good. They really put these things together. Can't decide? Get a flight of them. See, that's why the whole mimosa flight, first class, it's all in my head. You might be thinking, well, okay, so I can get loaded for breakfast. Can I actually eat something there? Yes, you absolutely can. They've got the pizza ovens going, and you can get them great breakfast pizzas, a sunny side up bacon, huevos rancheros pizza, shaved mushroom pizza with eggs on it. I'm sure there's another name for that at night, but since it's breakfast time, it's the shaved mushroom pizza with egg there. French toast and eggs Benedict. And if you're thinking, well, what do they have by way of, fancy clean eating? They've got a protein breakfast bowl, corn and poblano breakfast tacos, acai, and yogurt parfaits to get your day started at CPK for breakfast.
Rediscover Talk Radio here. Your FM News Talk Superstation. This is The Point.
Ray Gibson Show. What is it? Are we on our way to the 4th of July weekend? Absolutely. But it will not be an Independence Day start for me. This is my veil of tears, kids. Tomorrow at noon, I will report to the court for jury duty stuff. Yeah, really. This is like the fourth time in my life that I've had to go and go through this process.
Have you ever been on a jury?
No, I've never been on a jury because
you only had to go through it.
No, because it's one of the questions that they ask for jury duty, and basically they ask, can you take the sworn testimony of a police officer at the same value as you would with anybody else? And the answer is no. I have police officers on a pedestal because my dad was a reserve officer. And as far as I'm concerned, the training, all the things that they've got to do, the fact that they take an oath to uphold the law, I think that they are at a higher level than your average ordinary guy.
So that's your out.
Yeah, well, I mean, it also happens to be true, but yeah.
Well played, sir. Well played.
But so if I could ask whatever judge I got to go through the voir dire on, I know you're listening, whatever judge I got to do the whole voir dire thing, could you start with that question so I don't have to wait through all of the other excuses that everybody else is going to give? Just start there, and I'll get up and I'll say my spiel, and then I'll go. And then here's the other thing.
Thank you, Mr. Gibson.
Thank you. Have a nice life, and we'll go through this process again in another 2 years. But once you're in that group, because now they don't let you out of the group. They will call you back, and you will voir dire for another case and another case until. And so you got to call them every day. You got to call this number at the courthouse and find out whether your group has been called in for the next day.
I like to call them family, Ray.
Oh my God!
Now you realize they're only doing this to harass you because they're never going to allow you to be on a jury.
I may not renew my driver's license just so I'm out of the pool.
Guilty.
You know, and I hate to be that guy, but I've been there, I've done it. They keep calling me back, and I keep coming up with the same thing. So when will they learn? When will the people in the black robes learn?
Because as soon as the opposing attorney, as soon as the defense attorney, sees you in the list,
I will look. I've read the magistrate report.
That's it. Get rid of him.
He might not be guilty in this case, but that SOB is guilty of something that should put him away for 5 or 10 years. Yeah. I got that. I got that. Look,
Get off my lawn.
Exactly. All right. So I was gonna say I want to give these guys some props. VFW guys, Friday night, they might not have a winner in the Queen of Hearts drawing that they do there, and so good luck to everybody that has made already a significant investment in trying to get the winning card. You might be able to do that Friday night, and then get ready for the 4th of July barbecue/potluck that VFW is throwing. Active duty, reserves, veterans, family, and friends. Everybody is welcome. They will bless the table at 1100 hours at EPAL Beach Park, and then the fun will ensue. My guess is that it's going to be all kinds of folks there, and it would not surprise me if there was the thunder of motorcycles in the area at that time, because it sounds to me like a great destination for these dudes. 7:21 in the morning. Jerry Roberts in the Extra Point coming up in just a second. I got to see if I bothered to pull up what was going on in the market reports. No, I didn't. So I'm going to give that some time for that website to load. In the meantime, piece of business news: the share of small business owners say inflation costs and COVID-19 safety protocols are among their biggest challenges these days. A recent survey where they were asking guys what their revenue expectations were, and the answer actually turns out to be pretty good. 2/3 of small business owners expect revenues to go up over the next year, despite rising worries about inflation. The reason is if they can hack it, if they can get their hands on all of the stuff that people are trying to buy these days, they're actually doing okay.
Yeah.
It's the availability of the product. If they can't get it, well, sorry, I cannot sell it to you. But if I can get it, there are expectations already in the minds of the customers that the prices are going to be going up for all of that stuff. So revenues could actually be rising. And as the revenues rise, guess what else rises? The taxes. Yeah.
No, say it's not so.
Yeah, well, it's another one of these things where you look in the newspaper and you get the guys that they always bring out the same guys over at the legislature that on one hand will tout the fact that, you know, through fiscal conservatives and good policy and things like that, our revenues have exceeded our expectations to the tune now I think it's getting closer to $100 million. So yeah, but you know, that's gee, we're not giving any of that back. You got to figure out some other places to find those money. Sorry, Jimmy Craig. All right, so I do have some numbers I can throw out to you right now. S&P 500 losing just a couple of points, 3,818. The NASDAQ lost about 3 points. 11,177 is where they end up at. Dow Jones Industrial Average up by 82 points. Considering how far it has dropped recently, that's almost flat for all three of the markets, 31,029. Asia and European markets markets aren't doing any better. In fact, they're doing worse in some cases. FTSE is off by 11. The Nikkei dropped by 244 points. Hang Seng drops by 422 points. Shanghai index off by about 50, and the DAX drops 228 points. Big winners on the NASDAQ include Monster Beverage, IDEX Labs, Meta Platforms, Old Dominion, and Dollar Tree Inc. You imagine with inflation concerns, stores with the name Dollar Tree in them are probably doing pretty good these days. On the commodities, I got gold at $1,819.20. That's off by $2. We're looking at oil at $109.63. Now, that's good news on West Texas crude. That's down by a couple of bucks. But Tapis crude working in the other direction, $125.44 for a barrel of Tapis today, and that is up by $3.75.
So they didn't lower the price when it went down 13.
Yeah.
But now that it's climbed back up a little bit, still $7 lower. Still $7 lower than the all-time high.
See what the Platts guy says about all of that stuff. I don't anticipate that there's going to be...
it's Thursday.
$3.75 higher than it was just yesterday. I hear you Thursday. We'll see what happens tomorrow. On the other hand, maybe the gas companies are huddled. Put the wagons together here because they've got that.
They can't huddle.
Oh, that's right. They can't huddle.
They're not allowed to huddle. They can't be seen in public. Not allowed to have meals together. None of that stuff.
Right. Well, so they're individually huddled then. The wagons are facing in opposite directions, but they're individually huddled because they're afraid of Clint Rigel's bill that could put a price cap on them, to which the guy from Mobil said it would affect the community's access to a safe and reliable fuel supply, i.e., we can turn that gas station into a radio station if you want to, and ponder that. Hey, what did the Blockbuster video down your street turn into when that business went sideways? Ooh. Which is an interesting question that some of the guys in the radio biz are asking each other and asking their listeners on the air. Virtually every place in the world has had at least one Blockbuster in town. We used to have two. What did it turn into? What is the Blockbuster on Marine Corps Drive? What did that turn into, Real Joe? Do you remember?
I think
it's a thrift store, right?
Yeah. Opportunity.
Now, there was one up in Dededo as well.
Yeah.
In fact, the first one was up in Dededo, the first Blockbuster.
Submarina now.
It's a Submarina?
Mm-hmm.
There you go. All right. So nothing is permanent around here. And even though an outfit like Mobil and maybe Shell and 76 Circle K have been here for a million years, it doesn't mean that they will stay if the market conditions turn sour for them. 7:25 in the morning. Jerry Roberts is in the studio. Morning, Jerry. How you doing?
Good morning.
All right. Thursday morning, Extra Point being brought to you by First Hawaiian Bank. Let's get to it, Jerry.
I've heard it said that trust is the new currency in business. Now, that might be a little bit of wishful thinking on the part of a writer trying to get recognized. In reality, when has trust not been the real currency in business? When has trust not been the long-term glue that connects us? Whether that's employer to employer, employer to employee, employee to employee, and customer to customer. Trust is the name of the game. And some people, they're losing that game. We'll talk about that next on the Extra Point.
Take your business to new heights with the United Business Credit Card. Earn 30,000 bonus miles after spending $3,000 within the first 3 months after account opening. Plus, earn 3 times the miles per $1 spent on United tickets through United until April 30th, 2023, and 2 times the miles thereafter. Visit any First Hawaiian Bank branch or go to fhb.com United Business for more information and to apply for your United Business Credit Card today. First Hawaiian Bank. It all starts with yes.
Whether you're selling a product or service or representing the public's interest in a civilian, government, or military capacity, and whether you're dealing with coworkers, customers, or constituents, trust is always on the line. We don't focus much on trust until it's gone. It's rarely top of mind, though we say it's priceless. We've heard that it can take years to build, yet can be lost in a heartbeat. Even so, we don't treat it with that degree of importance. It cuts across cultures and languages, generations, genders, socioeconomic levels, and every other factor that researchers measure us by. We will follow willingly if we trust, and we won't if we don't. According to the recently released survey on trust from accounting firm PwC, there is a, quote now, a jarring gap in trust between businesses and their customers and employees, unquote. I'll give you a couple of examples. The survey states that 87% of executives think consumers have a high level of trust in their business. That would be wonderful, except that only 30% of consumers agree. This isn't a few points of separation difference. It's 87 to 30. Now, how could the disparity be that large? What data are these people being fed that makes them believe that they are trusted when the folks who get the real vote, the buyers, clearly aren't buying it? So let me ask you a question. Do the people whom you serve trust you? Do they really trust you? According to the PwC survey, employers fare better on the trust issues with employees, but there's still a gap. Some 84% of business leaders say that employee trust is high compared to agreement from 69% of employees. That's the 15% gap. Now, I don't know when the survey was conducted, and it's often many weeks or months between the asking of questions and the releasing of a finished report. Under current conditions in America, it's possible the numbers now are actually worse. Customers and employees are the two most important stakeholders for any leader, or at least they should be. Of course, we always hear the argument that stockholders need a fair return on their investment, and their interests must be protected. I don't disagree with that. But if you're neglecting the customers and workers, the investors will eventually be unhappy with the results. Trust is one of the issues I talk about with my clients. I ask straight away, what do your customers and employees want, and why do they trust you to deliver it? If you don't know, you need to find out. If you don't know, let me know if I can help you. When it comes to trust, start with the basics and be sure that you get those right. That's the extra point. Be responsible and make something good happen today. For 93.3, The Ray Gibson Show, and First Hawaiian Bank, I'm Jerry Roberts.
I trust that I will do all of those things that you point out, Jerry Roberts. 7:30 in the morning, and the extra point. You want transcripts of that one and all the others that he's done. It's GuamTraining.com and the World Wide Web. And if you got people that you intend to hire from one of these big job fairs, including the big one coming up tomorrow, might be an opportunity for you to get some training in at your shop. Jerry Roberts is a master at this, and is more than happy to talk to you about getting those new guys that you got in the shop working like they've been there forever. It's 7:30 in the morning, and time for news and headlines with Donna D, brought to you by Auntie Lolita Kamet. She's with Half a Day Realty, working with a bunch of other great realtors and professionals in the game. I think combined experience has got to be like 500 years or something like that in the real estate game here on Guam. So check them out if you've got any real estate questions. Maybe you saw something, you passed by a house and wondering, well, it kind of run down. I might be able to fix that up. Is that a flippable property? She's the lady to talk to about that. Lolita Kamet, Half a Day Realty. News also brought to you by Rudy Rodolfo and his guys over at Burger King. Great news. Now, yesterday, the last of the Whopper Wednesdays for a little bit, but they said, well, we got to replace it with something. What else do people like? Chicken fries. Yes. Chicken Fries Friday is back. There we go. I love BK chicken fries, starting on that tomorrow at 7:31. Now with news and headlines, here's Donna D.
The 5 men involved in an incident at the Paseo parking lot will have to come back to court later because of confusion surrounding their cases. Evan Pangilinan, Kyle Tapasnia, Carrie Lee Willie, Marcin Quintin, and Narson Martian were scheduled to appear in Superior Court yesterday for charges connected to the firing of guns and wielding of machetes at Paseo last month. Magistrate Judge Jonathan Kwan says some of the confusion was caused by the AG's office staggering the indictment of the charges, and discovered that because the men were charged together under the same case number, their initial charges had been dismissed. They are now being charged together as co-defendants. And the sentencing of former police officer Paul Santos has been rescheduled, but a judge encouraged him to take advantage of the time before he turns himself in. Santos appeared in Superior Court on Tuesday to be sentenced for charges connected to the 2014 rape of a woman who was advertising sexual services on Craigslist. The sentencing was moved to allow Santos's attorney, Curtis Vandevelde, more time to prepare because of recent heart surgery. Judge Vern Perez also allowed Santos to remain on house arrest until the August 19 sentencing. And the president of Mobil Oil Guam submitted written testimony outlining concerns about a measure proposing to cap fuel prices on Guam. Senator Clint Rigel's Bill 320 would make it unlawful to sell automotive fuel products for more than landed price of a gallon, plus up to an additional 20%. The testimony notes that the bill's proposed pricing mechanism could have a negative impact on Mobil's ability to continue operations in Guam and the Upper Pacific Islands, which in turn could affect the community's access to a safe and reliable fuel supply. Gas prices recently dropped 19 cents to $6.30 a gallon after lawmakers passed a moratorium on certain fuel taxes. And those are your local headlines on The Point.
And we want them to chop more.
Yes.
Business privilege tax. Yeah, we get Les Carlson. Oh, no, because we're so poor. Ed Burns said, no, we can't do that. Daphne Shimizu says, well, we can't go any lower than 3% because we've got covenants and bonds that were written on all of that stuff. Well, okay, these guys get together, figure it out, and then let us know what you intend to do with all of those kinds of things. Because and don't wait too long, because we sure could use this now. And by the way, for those of you that are counting and trying to keep track of this, we are now 57 days away from the primary election that we've got going. Now, interesting question that I asked Doug Moylan just a few minutes ago is, since there's only two guys running for the position of Attorney General's office, and they're nonpartisan positions, right? So can we just get him done in the primary election and be done with it? So if Doug gets more votes than Levin in the primary election, and I'll tell you what he had to say about that in just a second. I'll be right back.
Come try Guam's original Chamorro restaurant with Pica's Best 5 years running. Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro. Experience Chef Peter's candied salmon over scallion coconut rice, octopus to naktak, Chamorro platter, and their award-winning gourmet hamburgers. Or if you're looking for something healthy, try their keto-friendly menu. Come and enjoy Mezcla's half-a-day service at their Hagåtña and Grand Plaza Tumon location. Call their Hagåtña location at 479-2652 for reservations.
Everyone has a busy schedule these days, and sometimes we forget to schedule our routine dental checkup and cleaning. Don't neglect your dental health. Schedule one today with Dr. Robert Yang and his Smile Team, conveniently located at the East West Business Center on Marine Drive, Upper Tumon. Call us today at 647-8702 or 3. Again, that's 647-8702 or 647-8703. We make smiles happen.
Okay, I got you. 7:35 in the morning, portions of the Ray Gibson Show. What? Now being brought to you by who? Just say it. Just
Wendy's.
Oh, Wendy's. Yeah. Oh, yeah. You get the super summer strawberry salad. Did I get any on you? Sometimes when I do all those S's I spit. Chicken salad made with applewood, smoked bacon, herb marinated grilled chicken breasts and candied almonds. There's 3 cheese blend on that and strawberries and a sweet and tangy champagne vinaigrette. You'll want to pickle mangoes with it, but no, just leave it with the salad. Find that on a bed of freshly chopped lettuce. Only at Wendy's, they got you. 7:36 on the Ray Gibson Show. We can take a look at traffic in a second. I can't put it on the screen just yet because I have an announcement from big man Rico Blancafleur, class of John F. Kennedy's class of 1980.
No way.
Yep. Him and
Still alive?
Bob and Connie Bartonico, classmates. Yes. What do you mean? Hey.
I'm
class of 85, the greatest, bro. But a lot of people think that I went to JFK. A lot of people,
I thought you went to
chasing
JFK.
chicks, dude.
So
you were chasing chicks.
I was shocked when you told me you didn't.
No, because I was dating a girl at John F. Kennedy High School that didn't know about the girl I was dating over at GW. So that was pretty cool. But I went to their prom and I was a fixture. These guys, I gotta say, the JFK class of 1980, and they know it. These guys were geniuses, absolute party geniuses, right? Because they weren't. Every school had like a rep, but JFK in 1980 had more of a party rep, and so these guys invented the concept of. At least I think if they didn't invent it, they perfected it. The concept of hotel parties.
Oh, wow. That's where it all began?
That's where it all began. Just the beginnings, the DNA of hotel parties on Guam. And if you can imagine a bunch of 16, 17, barely 18-year-olds in a hotel room.
The tub for the cooler, Ray?
Yes. Why, yes, as a matter of fact. Tub for the cooler. And it was back in those days. And maybe, talking about some of these things will reveal a little bit about my background and my character, why I am the way I am. But we used to, do you know the Horizon up the street?
I do.
Okay, that used to be, it's a condo now, but it used to be a hotel back in the day. And we used to have these knockdown, drag-out parties. Naturally, we'd run out of booze. You get in a car, and then you drove right over there where Infusion is now.
Yeah.
That used to be
drive-through.
It used to be a drive-through liquor store. It used to be a drive-through liquor store. Yeah. Oh, we were kings. We were the world in 1980 was different, and we were all felt older, younger, if that makes any kind of sense, more mature in our high school years. Anyway, so I will remember for you because none of you remember anything that happened in those parties. We've got a July 9th will be the Memorial Mass. On the 10th, a family picnic. On the 13th, a boat ride. And on the 15th, a banquet. Now, what's going to be very, very interesting in all of this is they're going to get a bunch of these guys together. Class of 1980, 42 years after they graduated. And who still fits the same clothes? Who still fits the same clothes?
Does anyone?
Now, tell you about
the secret.
What a bunch of groundbreakers the class of 1980 was at JFK was. Who's still the same gender? Right?
Oh,
I'm just saying.
Hey.
There's a couple. There's a couple that is the closet door was swinging back then, and then we'll just get them guys. Where you been? Vegas.
Vegas, baby.
What? I got to stop here. If you want more information, right-click Rico Blancaflor on the Facebook side or on the YouTube side, and he'll be happy to get it to you. In 20 minutes, it's going to be 8 o'clock in the morning. All right, here it comes, the traffic that you've been bugging me about. Fine, I'll give it to you. Not a whole lot happening in traffic. We're seeing the usual backups over at Big Navy in Sumai. And then we'll move northbound of Marine Corps Drive. Not a whole heck of a lot that's happening there. Inbound traffic into the downtown Agutya area. Slowed down on Route 8 because of all the dog and out opportunities and the hundreds of intersections that we've got up there. A little bit of traffic coming out of Sinahanya down into the downtown Agutya area. Looks like the majority of traffic is going to be up in Dedidum, Sing Song, and Ipau running busy into Route 1. Nothing major on 3 and 1 all of a sudden. It looks like there's more stuff going on over by Ukadu. Not sure what's happening, but if you know, let me know about it. Route 16 in a bunch of spots looking busier than normal by the Micronesia Mall, right behind the Micronesia Mall, and the intersection opposite McDonald's. Now, I see traffic in both directions there moving slower than normal. Is it possible there's a fender bender, construction, or maybe today we got the hot, what's the word I'm looking for? The not the vendor, not the street vendor. I don't want to say bum either. Solicitor.
Who's
no
the bum?
Whatever. You know what I'm doing. Because there used to be like the one hot one that was walking up and down the.
Oh, yeah, the hot one.
Yeah, with the long socks.
Oh, I always gave money.
Whatever happened to her, man?
All my coins, Ray.
Marine Corps Drive, southbound in a bunch of spots. Just before you get to the airport intersection, you will see some traffic over here by Kmark and the DPW place. You will also see some traffic as you pass by that new Mrs. Wheel Pie that I was talking about.
Where again?
Right,
Where?
Okay, so you know where the 76 Circle K is next to the mobile station on Marine Corps Drive? Okay, just before you get to the mobile station, if you're southbound, there's a new store there. It's like pastries or whatever. I don't know. I need pictures here. Somebody go in there, get pictures, buy some stuff from the lady, and let me know what they got. B, do they take credit cards? And C, has ABC given them their liquor license yet?
The bum baker.
not bums. Don't say bums. What do we got? There's some unusual traffic patterns happening in the Tamuning area. I don't want to get into right now. Just expect some delays in Tamuning intersections. That's enough traffic here on The Point.
Attention! Lolita Kamet is now with Hafaday Realty. She'll always be that hardworking and passionate real estate professional who is committed to helping you make a difference in your life and helping you achieve the American dream of home ownership. She also specializes in commercial leasing, land sales, local residential sales leasing, military and corporate relocation. So for all your real estate needs, call Lolita Kamet now with Hafaday Realty at 688-6743. That's 688-6743.
Is your business ready for digital transformation? The latest Wi-Fi technology is here, and it's Docomo Pacific's WorkPass, powered by Plume. WorkPass unlocks connectivity, productivity, and security tools all in the palm of your hand. Access features like adaptive Wi-Fi, guest and employee networks, evolving AI security, plus so much more. To learn more about WorkPass, visit business.docomopacific.com. Docomo Pacific Business. Work better together.
742, Ray Gibson Show, 888-255-888-TALK. What do we got for you over at Subway? We're Eat Fresh, Refresh, and it's almost a daily occurrence that I get a note from these guys to say, guess what we're trying now, guys? Everybody fell in love with the sweet onion chicken teriyaki, and they said, hey, what else can we put this on? And somebody said, steak. Okay, let's do that. Check out the new sweet onion steak teriyaki. Tender, juicy steak. They marinated up in the sweet teriyaki sauce with oniony flavors in it, stacked high on a toasted artisan Italian bread or whatever you liked, American cheese, whatever cheese you like, green peppers. You know the toppings they've got there. New sweet onion teriyaki sauce all over your favorite kind of steak. Give in to your cravings at Subway. Eat fresh. Okay. All right. Now, this might not be from the Ms. Wheel Pie that's down the street from where we are right now, but I think it gives you an idea of what it is actually. So we've got what look like buns, right? But they're
buns
with stuff inside of them. I'm going to try to zoom in on something, give you an idea of what we've got here. All right, so there's that one.
That looks interesting.
Doesn't it? It does kind of look interesting.
I want to try that.
What is that? That one there looks like ube or something like that, and or black beans. Maybe it's the bean curd that they'll make in there.
I think they have red bean too, right?
It could be.
Yeah.
I like beans.
Oh, look at the technology. Look at what we can use. That's why it's called a wheel pie, because it's made in a thing with wheels. If this was a TikTok or Instagram video, I'd watch it.
Yes,
if it was one of those reels.
I like watching those.
It's amazing. It's incredible how many hours of my life I lose to that kind of thing.
Someone engineered that, Ray.
Exactly what I'm thinking. 7:44 in the morning. Okay, I got an idea of what it is that they've got there now, and frankly, I want it. Who's on one? Who did you find me?
Dr. Akimoto.
What is him? What him? What
He
for?
wants to talk about mental health.
Oh, with me?
With you.
That's
Maybe he's noticing symptoms,
very close to what I like to refer to as an idiot swap meet. Good morning, Dr. Akimoto. How you doing there?
Good morning, Ray. You know, hearing your highbrow conversation this morning reminds me of when Mr. Forbes used to walk into our class and everybody was like, you know, sticking their finger in other people's ears or painting their fingernails with what was that thing called? Easy Out or whatever.
Snowpig.
And it would say, sit down and shut up. Right?
Oh, God.
So this is not to say that that's what I'm telling you. I'm just thinking that we wasted many afternoons at Father Duenas until Mr. Forbes actually showed up to give us some words of wisdom. And not that I have any words of wisdom, but I think there's a lot of wisdom to be had this particular weekend as we go into the July 4th weekend, where because of all the stresses that are upon us, and I think you guys have been talking about these issues, but, you know, trying to, I guess, keep everybody's mood up. We appreciate that. And there's still a lot to be grateful for, but the gas is high, and I think people are blaming the gas companies. The gas companies are saying they're going to pull out if, you know, they're threatened. There's just a lot of anger and blame going around, but I think if everyone can just kind of, I guess, appreciate each other and speak nicely, maybe we'll get through this weekend, where I think the price of gas is going to hit a lot of folks in the States really hard because they like to drive to grandma's house, and you know, everything is expensive there too. So we generally react to what the mainland American population seems to think is important sometimes. I mean, our news is based on their news, but we're living our own version of reality, and there are some mixed messages because it's a political year. So I'm not trying to make this too deep. It's just, I think everybody just needs to be careful this weekend, because I think there are some issues, including the abortion one, and things that maybe we just shouldn't dwell on too much until there's some firm direction. I just feel like a lot of anger. And I know Department of Mental Health has tried to beef up their phone lines, tried to beef up the resources that they do have, but the people of Guam just need to know we have very little mental health and psychiatric care on island, so try not to hurt each other. The message this weekend is, you know, I hope it's love or forgiveness or kindness as we go carefully into this potentially dark night. And then if I could segue quickly to say, there's just a lot of good people out there, and one of them is Patrick Palomo. So he's a guy that's gone through a lot in the last year, and we just saw him the other night playing some beautiful music, and it's just it was, you know, that's kind of the purpose of the call, is in the midst of his own troubles, he makes everybody forget and just love on the music he plays. He's, I think, headlining now at the Dusit and over at Tsubaki. So if people are looking for a place to go to maybe have a good time and just listen to great music, Pat's one of those guys that should be celebrated.
What a spectacular gift. You know, cancer didn't slow him down at all, and even when he was under care in the hospital, they had a grand piano in the lobby of the hospital, and so he'd kind of amble his way over there and start playing some tunes, and even gave them a little bit of a concert on the way out. Another example, if you will, about just what a great place we live on. He didn't have any of the money to be able to get the kind of care that he needed, but when when the larger population in this town found out he was sick, they broke records in terms of donations to his GoFundMe. You remember that?
Yeah, no, and you were a big part of it too. I think Kazendo.
Yeah, I just talk on the radio. That's it.
No, you were the because again, everybody heard about Pat's issue through you, and I just talked to him last night because he was actually playing with Jesse and Ruby at the lobby lounge. I talk about how maybe things might be a little rough, but you turn the corner in the West End after you maybe head up from the beach and you see Jesse and Ruby playing this great set in the lobby, and then who walks in but Pat Palomo, and he just sits down and starts playing the piano. It was all impromptu. There's good things going on all over the place. So people, I think, just need to get out from under their computers sometimes and away from the bad news and go see Guam.
Go outside. Go outside. Yeah, find a way. Go pack a ride with somebody and go find yourself. I was yesterday, I was thinking, you know what, it's time for beach. It's been a few days since I've enjoyed the beach. The weather was perfect for it yesterday afternoon. So I got my favorite beer, my favorite bikini, and went down to Tumon and found a new place nestled in between the Dusit and the Outrigger, what is now the Dusit and the Dusit, I guess. This outdoor, like a beach bar, this Taboo. I put it up on the screen so everybody can see what it looks like from the beach. And I'm going, yeah, this looks nice. What a great place to spend a couple hours. Got good music in the background. We got a variety of tourists, military, and locals that are down there. A bunch of people that have not had the opportunity to do business in a couple of years, renting out canoes and paddleboards and things like that. So the island is coming back to life, guys. But you ain't gonna see it in the house. You ain't gonna see it in the office. You got to get out there and experience it. So 4th of July weekend. We got Friday. Go goof off Friday, Saturday, Sunday, no work on Monday for just about everybody. So go find a way to get out there, be part of the community, get some sun on you.
Big part of it is that the soundtrack, I think, of Guam's reemergence, our resurrection, is live music. It's not canned. It's not on YouTube yet. People are going to record it and start putting it in, but it's not the same as being there when it's happening live. And so folks like Jesse and Ruby, Patrick Paloma, and then even tonight, I guess, Carlos Berdalio has a new band that's playing, I believe that Tsubaki or something like that. I mean, I'm just finding all this out through because we're talking about people, how they're handling their mental health, and they're saying they're going outside. They're getting out from under CNN and Fox News because trust me, it's not going to be good this weekend. There's nothing that the news guys want you to hear about that's going to lift your spirits. I mean, they'll try. They'll try, but yeah. So thanks for letting me.
Hey, no problem.
Rant a little bit on that.
Let me turn you on to something that's going on this weekend. Sunday at the Venue. You want to talk about live music? There's a fundraiser for Joe Gamboa, Roy's brother.
Oh, yeah.
Well, Roy tells me that it seems to be getting better day by day. The bills are still, racking up. So they're doing a fundraiser, $25 on Sunday, starting at 5:30. One of my favorite live performing band on Guam's is Mixed Plate. When I turn 18, I want those guys playing at my birthday party. Melody Bell and Company, Taj are going to be there. Rumblefish is going to be there. DUB is going to be there.
Are you kidding?
No, these are all these are your guys too.
Yeah, it's like the Van Halen of 2022. It's like your backyard concert with Eddie Van Halen.
And nobody has to. I'm not working on Monday, so there's a very good chance you might see me and my ridiculous shorts over at the fundraiser at the Venue.
don't discourage people. Come down despite that.
All right, buddy. I'll talk to you pretty soon. Appreciate the comments. It's good stuff. Dr. Vince Akimoto on the line. Generally, it's a doctor. He's a body doctor, but he's talking about mental health issues. And around here, these are stressful times. What I recall, it's not the first time I've ever been on the radio in stressful times, but I recall a few years ago, one of my mentors, Fred Robinson, who'd also had done some time in a talk radio business, who was talking about how lousy the economy was and all kinds of pressures in the community. And he says, I choose not to participate in any of that. I choose not to participate in a bad economy, in an unhealthy economy, and just kind of refocused his efforts, kind of looking in the other direction for somewhere in there lies opportunity. Find that, and somewhere out there is your favorite beer and your favorite bikini and a piece of sand that you can sit on and call your own for a while and just reconnect with the universe. It's 7:53 in the morning, and Roy Quintanilla is. Wait, am I getting the last name right?
I think it's Kanata.
Kanata is on. That's right. So I'm trying to. Roy Kanata online here this morning. Buenos and half a day, Roy. Roy.
I'll say good morning, Mr. Gibson.
Oh, just call me Ray. We have it's a Ray, Royce, two of the same letters. We're good. It's like we're related. It's like we're related, my God. Hey, quick question before I get into anything else. Real Joe and I were trying to figure out which are you, Umatic Kanata?
Hungan. We're all related. All parentes.
Okay, all right. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. Anyway, so first of all, love your family. Have had the opportunity to overnight down there for Umatic Fiestas back in the day. In fact, there was one year we were down. This a long time. I'll tell you how long ago this was. We had to go to Pedro's to get ice, right?
Oh my God!
Oh my God! No, it was at midnight, and we've been partying / cooking all day long. And somebody said, "Bro, we got to go and get some ice for the fiesta tomorrow." I said, "Okay, well, what store are we going to?" No, we're going to back up to Agana in his brat pickup truck and got 2 or 3 loads of ice. Well, naturally, we're like, okay, we've got more ice than we've got room. He said, just sit on the ice.
Yeah.
From Anigua all the way down to Umatic. Unbelievable. Anyway, so there's...
Hey, at least you had a cool ride down.
Definitely a cool ride down. 7:55 in the morning. Anyway, Roy, it's sad to see that somebody had vandalized your campaign signs. That's one of those things where there's just idiots out there. But I'm glad that you've got a sense of humor about all of this.
Yeah. I think at the end of the day, right, as long as no one was hurt, that's the biggest thing.
Yeah.
I'm glad that no one was hurt. These vandalisms are obviously illegal. It's an invasion of private properties. All our political signs are on private property. So that's all I want to say really is reiterate that, these private properties, it's considered trespassing once you're in someone's property, and just respect everyone and we'll be okay. But I'm not sure what the individual's intent was to go and put burgers on my signs, but at least it was more tasteful, literally more tasteful than some other signs that were vandalized.
Might be trying to send a message here. I don't know. You know what? If I was running, I would pray that somebody put some Burger King pictures up on my campaign signs. Is that what that amounts to? Is that a pro? I can't make it out from the picture on page 4 of today's Guam's Daily Post. I see you, and there's something there that resembles a Whopper. Is that what they put up there?
I wanted to make sure that, beyond it being a negative issue, right? Vandalism is never a good thing. We try to minimize any of that, what do you call it? Any vandalism is never appreciated, right? So I wanted to take the negative and make it a positive. So I wanted to encourage everyone to go get a Whopper because apparently someone put a Whopper on my sign. But, I guess Heidi from the Post had called the Burger King manager, and of course they're not going to take responsibility for it because I don't think Burger King has time to go put burgers on my signs, and they have their own marketing team. But
they're very busy.
That's really minimal of their issues, I think.
Hey, like I said, I'm glad that you're taking the high road on this. It could be worse. I mean, look, they vandalized. Jimmy Craig had a situation a couple of weeks ago with vandalization. I think it's chronic. There was pictures that even Mike St. Nicholas over by the other burger place, Wendy's on Route 10. I think he had to replace that sign 2 or 3 times because he'd get vandalized or knocked over. Yeah. Just some. There's people, like I said, use the vernacular of my grandfather. Just a bunch of idiots out there, got no brains and nothing else to do with their lives that try to make it worse for everybody else. Or maybe they're afraid of you. Maybe there is something about the Roy Gannett platform that they're afraid of. I got a couple of minutes. We can talk about that. What are you running on?
I'm running on a healthy Guam. Housing, economics, accountability, tactful government service, healthcare, land management, and youth services. So I put in an acronym. I started out with HEAL, but then I added on some more things. I mean, the what do you call it? Our platform is going to continue to change as we progress forward. There's going to be a lot of constituents who are going to want to hear more things that are more of their interest. I know a lot of veterans issues I will be also releasing on my website. My website is still under construction. There's a lot of things that are going to be posted sometime this week, and that's when we'll have more direct links towards my platform.
Yeah, as the guy that tries to sit on the same side of the table as the listening audience, to tell you what, we big problems around here. Definitely crime, punishment. Yes. We need. I think we desperately need. A hospital, but can we also see if we can find some money out there for some kind of new Department of Corrections, so that so that judges are a little bit more comfortable knowing that there's some place to warehouse these guys so they can be punished adequately, so that we don't have the continuing kind of problems that we have with drugs and alcohol and family violence, domestic abuse, CSC, all of those things. It just
I hear you.
This town, I don't know. Sometimes you get the feeling like it's like Meth Island, Trash Island, or something like that. And I don't know. Maybe we get some new positive voices at the legislature, and that could turn things around.
Yep. So I like I said, I grew up in a family compound in Barragata. Where San Vicente is, and growing up, we never needed to lock our doors.
Neighbor, I used to live right down the street from there.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Cool.
Old Camacho land.
Viva Barragadian.
Yeah, well, that's where Mana lives now, and you get to run with her for a seat in the 37th Guam legislature.
Yeah, hopefully I get a chance to represent the the island.
Hey, we'll get you on the radio for sure somewhere between now and then. Conduct a for real interview with you and find out a little bit more about you. Where you've been. Your life in politics as you know it, and all of that stuff. Roy Gannett, I appreciate your time and I appreciate the plug for one of my big sponsors, Burger King.
Okay, thank you so much. Have a great day.
I will, Migo. Stand by now. 8 o'clock. Time for Fox News.
More checkpoints. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. That's what Texas Governor Greg Abbott is promising after a tractor-trailer filled with the bodies of migrants was discovered in a remote area of San Antonio. The number of dead has risen to 53.
If they do not follow the standard, Texas can take legal action and go to court to hold the president, to hold Secretary Mayorkas, and other operatives in the federal government in contempt of court if they fail to live up to that order. And that's exactly what we will be seeking to do.
Abbott says he's bringing in strike force teams from around the state and that the state is working with private landowners to build a wall. The driver of the truck, along with 2 other men, remain in custody. The incident is the deadliest case of human smuggling on the U.S.-Mexico border. R&B singer R. Kelly sentenced to 30 years in prison in New York after being found guilty last year of racketeering and sex trafficking. Prosecutors had argued that he used his fame to sexually abuse young fans. Lizette Martinez is one of Kelly's accusers.
I'm grateful for today, and I'm grateful that Robert Sylvester Kelly is away, will stay away, and will not be able to harm anyone else.
Kelly's lawyer said that he was devastated by the sentence and saddened by what he had heard. He faces similar charges in Chicago and state charges in Illinois. Supreme Court Justice Stephen Breyer will step down tomorrow at noon Eastern.
Breyer announced his intent to retire in January, which set off a process that ended with D.C. Circuit Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson's confirmation to succeed him. In his letter, Breyer said to serve on the court has been his great honor. His first day was August 3rd, 1994. His retirement comes a bit more than a month short of 28 years of Supreme Court service.
Fox's Gernal Scott. Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson will be sworn in tomorrow. Wall Street, the Dow up 82. America is listening to Fox News.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Get a personal loan for that summer vacation or to pay off those long overdue bills. Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $3,900 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña, now at the old Nanbo Insurance Building at 475-4545, Upper Tumon 647-5626, or in Dededo 633-4473. Family Finance, here to serve you.
Are you looking for a new place to hang out with your friends? Let's go along the sidelines at Sidelines Bar and Grill. Located at 154 Iriarte Road, Unit 4 and 5 in Tamuning behind Royal Bigs. Sidelines, a hidden gem with nothing but great things to offer. Great atmosphere, great food, top shelf drinks, and a great team. What are we waiting for? Let the fun begin at Sidelines Bar and Grill. Open daily from 3 p.m. to 2 a.m. See you there.
Fox News.
Cash and assets are now out of the hands of the super rich from Russia.
$30 billion in 100 days. The numbers from that multinational task force seizing the enormous wealth of Russian oligarchs, that from the Treasury Department. That's in addition to yachts, other vessels, and luxury real estate impounded, as well as $300 billion in Russian central bank funds that have been frozen. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen and U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland teaming up to create the repo task force in March, working with other nations as well. CJ Papa, Fox News.
The man who prosecutors say killed a former NFL player in a New Orleans area road rage incident in 2016 can't be tried again for murder after his conviction on a lesser charge was overturned. Authorities in the New Orleans, a suburb of Jefferson Parish, originally charged Ronald Gasser with second-degree murder in the shooting of Joe McKnight. Gasser pled not guilty and claimed self-defense. California lawmakers are considering a bill that would allow government attorneys to sue social media platforms for addiction among teens.
Assembly Bill 2408 is yet another example of bipartisan state legislation going after big tech. Proponents argue the sites are structured in ways that cause children to become dependent on them. If found guilty, tech companies like Meta, Twitter, Snap would face penalties up to $25,000 for a violation or $250,000 if they're shown to have knowingly employed harmful features. Now, unsurprisingly, tech companies have been lobbying against the legislation. Some business groups are also pushing back. In a letter to lawmakers, an industry trade group arguing, quote, this bill would punish a company for simply having a platform that kids can access and would do little to improve safety. It imposes new liability that would most likely lead companies to severely restrict access to kids under 18.
Fox's Kelly O'Grady. Instagram's blocking from public view posts that mention abortion. Abortion rights groups say that their posts are being hidden or labeled for sensitive content. The company is calling it a bug it's trying to fix. I'm Lisa Lacera. This is Fox News.
Check out the newest hydro and garden center to hit Guam, Crop King Hydro. We have a huge selection of plant nutrients, soils, hydroponic mediums, organic pest control pumps, plant support, tools, and so much more. Call 635-4769. 635-GROW. Open Monday through Saturday, 10 to 6 at the Dededo Satina Mall, right across from Payless and Paradise Fitness. For whatever you grow, think Crop King Hydro. Crop King Hydro.
Is your business ready for digital transformation? The latest Wi-Fi technology is here, and it's Docomo Pacific's WorkPass, powered by Plume. WorkPass unlocks connectivity, productivity, and security tools all in the palm of your hand. Access features like adaptive Wi-Fi, guest and employee networks, evolving AI security, plus so much more. To learn more about WorkPass, visit business.docomopacific.com. Docomo Pacific Business. Work better together.
Are you looking for job opportunities? That's perfect. Taiho is a company based in Korea that provides opportunities for people to work at production sites in the United States. They offer a wide variety of jobs that may suit you. Come and check it out. For more information, visit www.gotomainland.com or go to their office at the old iConnect building or call 671-648-9788. What are you waiting for? Go grab that opportunity and fly out to the mainland.
Your local news is brought to you by Nambo Insurance. Skip the line, pay online. It's fast, it's easy, and it's secure. Visit Nambo.com for more information.
Half a day, it's 8:06. I'm Donna De Jesus with a look at your local news on The Point. Official notice has not been sent, but it appears a delayed annual address from Delegate Michael San Nicolas has been scheduled. An email from Speaker Therese Terlahi to Vice Speaker Tina Muñoz Barnes, obtained by the Post, says preparations for the address previously referred to as the State of Congress, should already be in motion. Arrangements have been made for Monday, July 11 at 6:30 p.m. in the Guam Congress Building Session Hall. Earlier this month, when a medical condition delayed a similar annual speech from Governor Leon Guerrero, San Nicolas said that he too would postpone his address. San Nicolas had previously reconsidered giving a State of Congress address as it could look over-politicized given the timeline. San Nicolas and Leon Guerrero are both vying to be the Democratic candidate for governor in this year's elections. And the Department of Defense will continue to allow medical facilities on military bases to perform limited abortions regardless of the reproductive health policy of the jurisdiction where they are stationed. Defense Undersecretary for Personnel Gilbert Cisneros Jr. says the U.S. Supreme Court's decision to overturn Roe v. Wade does not prohibit the department from continuing to perform covered abortions consistent with federal law. He adds that healthcare providers will continue to follow existing departmental policy, and the leadership of military medical treatment facilities will implement measures to ensure continued access to care. Although abortions of some form remain legal on Guam, the recent court ruling has prompted local policymakers and legal experts to revisit the territory's reproductive health-related statutes, including a voided 1970 law that sought a total ban on abortion on island. More local news after this.
Go green, go hybrid. Go to Nanbo Insurance, and your next power bill is on us. Insure your hybrid car at Nanbo and get up to $350 towards your next power bill. That's instant savings for keeping our island clean and green. Nanbo has been providing Guam with over 50 years of reliable and affordable auto insurance. At Nanbo, it pays to go green. Terms and conditions apply. Visit nanbo.com or call 477-9754 for details.
GovGuam finance officials testified yesterday that they do not support Senator Jim Moylan's Bill 290, a measure that would create a 2-year business privilege tax exemption for retail liquid fuel sales. A 6-month moratorium on fuel surcharges went into effect last week, which immediately resulted in a marginal decrease in prices. But the moratorium is projected to result in a few $1 million worth of lost revenue for the Guam Highway Fund, which is used to support road projects. A general fund appropriation was used to offset that loss. BBT exemptions are also projected to result in lost revenue for the general fund. Bureau of Budget and Management Research Director Lester Carlson says there are major needs on island, including road construction projects that aren't funded with federal money. He adds that the cost of constructing a new Simon Sanchez High School has been estimated at $120 million, and the project does not yet have a dedicated funding source. Revan Tax estimates that a 2% BPT exemption would have a general fund impact between $14 million and almost $18 million over 2 years if gas prices increase in line with recent trends. And the U.S. Department of Interior's Office of Insular Affairs has announced more than $3 million in Technical Assistance Program and Maintenance Assistant Program grant funding to GovGuam for fiscal year 2022. The funding will support various government needs that include grants management training, streamlining business processes across government agencies, improving public safety surveillance, upgrading IT infrastructure for better public access, and critical support for the port and the VA cemetery. Funds will also aid in the development of local marine science program at the University of Guam and assist vulnerable Micronesian communities on Guam. And those were your top stories. Now back to Ray with the weather.
I feel like a vulnerable community.
Yes.
Every once in a while, you get that feeling. I'm just so sensitive here. I just, I've got the whatever hairline thing that's I just feel like I'm just depressed, man. 8:10 in the morning. So for the first time, let me go directly into the weather. Isolated showers in the forecast. Mostly sunny skies today. Highs near 87 degrees with a heat index. It'll feel like 92 degrees. Mostly cloudy tonight. Lows around 75. Winds blowing about 8 to 11 miles an hour. There's scattered showers and that kind of thing. Partly sunny and mostly cloudy skies in the forecast for Friday. Don't buy it. Don't let it keep you inside. Is the launch of a huge weekend. Lots of stuff going on. My buddy is in town from Okinawa with his German girlfriend. They're going to get married tomorrow, and I think the lieutenant governor is going to be officiating that.
Are you the ring boy?
Yes, I am the ring. I am the ring boy. Yeah. Sunset. It's made from a bottle top, but it's otherwise functional. Sunset. It's just a symbol, right? 6:52 in the morning for. At night tonight for sunset. About the same time tomorrow for those of you that are making plans. 8:11. There it is. News and weather together on The Point.
The largest job fair is back, and we're ready to hire you. Join us at the Governor's Island-wide Job Fair on Friday, July 1st from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. at the Riga Royal Laguna Resort. Apply for over 500 jobs and jumpstart your career. We'll have over 60 employers on site, provide technical assistance and training opportunities. Learn more at hireguam.com. This ad is supported by Employment and Training Program funds from the U.S. Department of Labor as part of an award totaling $4.4 million.
I'm Thomas Fisher, an attorney, a veteran, a former Navy Judge Advocate General and Guam prosecutor. I'm running for senator. If you're like me, you want to end the BS. Let's start by ending wasteful spending of your tax dollars.
Vote Thomas J. Fisher for senator. If you want different, vote different. Log on to tomforguam.com for his platform and look for Tom on Instagram and Facebook.
I'm Thomas Fisher. I not only approved this message, I wrote it.
Drake Diaz, Treasurer.
Good man. 8:12 in the morning. Portions of the program brought to you by APL, American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. Also being brought to you by the guys over at NissanGuam.com on the World Wide Web. I give you the website because gas is kind of pricey these days. So before you get in the car, get in the internet and find out what they've got for you. Take a look around. Take a look at all the different rides that they've got. Fill in a lot of different categories. And for a lot of people, the big deal is, okay, tell me about gas mileage. I want to be able to pass a gas station without making the sign of the cross. Can we do that? Yes, you can in a brand new Nissan today. Which one? Well, like I said, there's a variety to look at. Here's another incentive to get in there. How about this? A big summer sale going on right now. Summer jamming through with 0 down payment. You don't need to have a car to trade in. You don't need to come up with 20% down or anything like that. 0 down payment. So walk in the door, tell them what you liked on the website, and they'll put together a deal as low as 1.99% APR on your good credit. Now, some T's and C's might apply. I don't know what they are, and even if I did, I don't have the time to tell it to you. Find out more at NissanGuam.com.
Bring you closer to the action. Any speaker, anytime. Watch and listen live on ThePOINT.gu.
8:14. Ray Gibson Show, 93.3 FM. And what have I not done yet? I was going to do some celebrity birthdays while I wait for who we got calling in is former Governor Carl T.C. Gutierrez with nothing but good news and winning.
The man with the plan.
Celebrity birthdays today include Mike Tyson, boxer, and actor, as it turns out. And I think they're letting him back in the airplanes again.
Oh, nice.
You remember that guy that just wouldn't shut up around him? And he just kind of, hi.
Blast your face.
Look at me. I'm going to go easy on you, guy. I'm going to pull some of this. Otherwise, you're going to be in the hospital tomorrow. Anyway, he's 56 years old today. Former Olympics winner Michael Phelps turns 37. There's a bunch of others in here. I'm not sure who these guys are. Sean Marquette from the Goldbergs is there. Wrestler Cody Rhodes. Is that a familiar name to you, Cody Rhodes?
No.
So not like a WWE, whatever wrestler,
I don't
right?
recall him.
Yeah. I don't remember hardly any of those guys.
I don't recall him, Ray.
International Asteroid Day. Some of you are already turning that around in your head, aren't you? And there's Handshake Day. And it is something that I'm trying to do as much as I possibly can. And we talked about this earlier in the week, as I miss shaking hands with people. I was so freaked out about COVID-19. They were doing the elbow thing, which is the stupidest thing. I can't believe anybody ever fell for that. But the elbow thing, when they saw each other, remember there were people that were doing the foot, like a greeting with your feet.
Yeah.
Stupid. So you got that, and then I guess we all kind of settled on the fist bump, which is a good way to make contact with somebody, but not necessarily put yourself in a position where
all right.
and that's just
it's
all
not
right.
like a handshake.
But
man.
I'm from the 70s. You remember the handshakes in the 70s? Like they'll reach out to you and it was like this, and then we would go and they dig like that, and then it was bring it in for a hug. So I've been trying as much as possible to get back to a handshake. So please don't be offended when you come up to me. I will stand if I can, if it's not too much trouble, because I'm 60. But I'll try to get up and stand and shake your hand as a way to greet. And depending on how close we are, like if I was there when Tony Babauta had his last birthday just a couple of days ago, there would have been hugging. Bring it in. Agate boy, come on. Yeah. Awkward. And hug just long enough to be.
Are you a hand crusher, Ray?
No, Joe Atta is a hand crusher. former governor.
He had the grip, the kung fu grip.
Good Lord. Yeah. Literally, it hurt. Oh, my God. There was another guy, Tony, running buddy. He's since passed. But he was one of these guys. And anybody that knows, if you know, you know. And when he came up to you, he was just, it was the male embodiment of Magodai. So happy to see you. He would come and he'd shake your hand, and it hurt when he shook your hand. But that was more agreeable than the hug from this guy, because when he hugged you, just take your breath away.
Eyeball pop out.
You hear the small bones in your back pop. Miss you. 8:17 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. 888-825-5888-TALK is the telephone number. What am I supposed to? Are we back in the clear? I can talk now.
Yeah.
All right. I don't have to. Okay, because
it's all you.
I was looking at the YouTube side. Carl Meyer from the Herodot was talking about nothing like running amok. It's more fun in the Philippines, and it occurred to me that I never finished that story. So while we wait for other amusing business here on Guam, the story coming out, written by a guy named Guam P. Lagrono, who was a journalist in the Philippines, who reports about a man named Ariel, who the police were called for after he damaged belongings in the barangay in Carcar City with his bolo. Lieutenant Colonel Arjoleto Cabanyot, who heads Carcar City's local police force, told Sunstar Cebu that when they arrested Ariel, he was reportedly drunk since Monday. This is Tuesday morning. They finally got around to getting this guy. Ariel even attempted to fight off police officers who were trying to pacify him using his bolo. Cabagnot said they eventually pacified Ariel and recovered his 19-inch bolo. Congratulations to you. Cabagnot said that during their interrogation, Ariel admitted to police that he was upset after he and his wife had been arguing on his constant drunkenness. Oh. The argument further extended when Ariel's wife refused to have sex with him. And then there's a whole line here in Tagalog that I'm going to try to get through. Di man daw ganahan ang asawa niya maging dulog kay permiman hubog. Onya isog kayo kon mahonyo mao ng dina maka-escor nimis. According to Cabagnot.
Oh, that was beautiful, Ray.
Translation. I could ask the former governor for the translation.
It's a love story.
His wife didn't want to have sex with him, and he was often drunk. He didn't even ask his wife nicely for sex. His wife's refusal led to Ariel to pick up his bolo, started going amok, not just at his house, but also some of the neighbors' houses. His wife also told police that she decided to no longer have sex with her husband as she was traumatized by his behavior. She claimed that her husband would often threaten to kill her and their children. Ariel has 9 children with his wife. So clearly there were better times for
he wears the white shoes, Ray.
Romeo and Juliet relationship. She claimed that Ariel, oh God, I love this. She claimed that Ariel would often sharpen his bolo in front of her and her children and mumble threats against them if they disobeyed him. Aside from the threats, Ariel's wife didn't want to talk to her husband as he often suspects her of having an affair with another man. 9 kids, where do you have the time for that, for an affair? Cabagnot said it would be up to Ariel's wife and children if they will sue the suspect for grave threats. And I don't, I'm not an expert in Filipino law, but it seems to me that a death threat of something along that line might actually allow for, they don't do divorce there, but maybe an annulment of the relationship, in which case Ariel's wife and those 9 kids might be available again. Just sing out loud. 20 after 8 o'clock in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. Former Governor Carl T.C. Gutierrez now with more news about how we are winning and how the island is charging back. Charging might be an overstepping the phrase a little bit, but good morning, former Governor Carl T.C. Gutierrez.
Good morning, Ray. You're as funny as usual.
No, thank you.
And we've got the girls that are making us win, especially in Korea. I've got Margaret Sablon here and Nicole Benavente.
Oh, that is awesome. Well, first of all, welcome back, everybody. And I understand it was a successful trip, and in fact, it garnered GVB winning one of the incredible prizes in one of the categories at the show. Tell me all about it.
So after the fair was held from the 23rd to the 26th, and of course there were many tourism officers in attendance, and We brought a great delegation of dancers, musicians, and of course our team as well, and our team in Korea, who is leading the charge. And so over the course of the 4 days, we were able to garner the Best Booth or Best Organizing Booth Award while in Seoul.
Now, explain that category, because I'm trying best organizing booth. It doesn't, come to the level of we had an extra prize. But tell me about how do you win something like the best organizing booth? Was it like somebody around there with a 3-hole punch or a 2-hole punch?
Actually, I believe it's kind of like the overall Best in Show Award. So wow. A lot of collaboration from travel industry partners. So a good show of our partners here on Guam who co-presented with us during the fair, and then just a wide array of offerings for the attendees. So dancers, music, mascots, everything. So just kind of like an overall winner.
Wow. It sounds like a big crew that went out there. How many people?
There were actually 10 from our delegation, to include our KMC chairman, Mr. Ho Eun, who led our group, and then Ms. Nadine Leon Guerrero, myself and Nicole, Ms. V, our cultural heritage officer, and then 4 dancers and 1 musician, and then many industry partners, hotel partners that were able to join us.
Well, that sounds terrific. I mean, for all the same reasons, it sounds like pre-COVID kind of show teams the away teams that are going out.
Yes, and so pre-COVID there was big in-country events that we would participate in, and so this is our first actually. After COVID. So it was really a big deal for us and the industry in general.
Well, I mean, and what was the sense when you got there? Obviously, we weren't the only destination that was there. Who else is at play? Who else were you looking at saying, oh, we can beat those guys?
So directly in front of our booth was Taiwan. We had Tanzania, Spain, Uzbekistan, just a whole array of different players coming out and showcasing what they've got. Everyone's trying to grab the Korea market at this point. So, yeah, a lot of big players.
But it seems like the demand is moving in our favor here. The word broke the other day. In fact, yesterday I got word that Jeju Air, who I think already has a pretty aggressive schedule now, says that they're looking to increase flights Seoul to Guam.
Beginning tomorrow, our flights all the airlines are pretty much running daily. And so that is a really good sign for our market. We've exceeded our expectations for what we would bring in for the month of May, and I'm thinking the same thing for June. And so, Guam is safe, clean, and of course a convenient destination for them, only 4 hours away compared to some of the other destinations that we were up against. So. Yes. I think it's a really viable offer.
Well, I'm thrilled that you guys had the opportunity to go and do that. And these travel shows, I mean, they're not necessarily rare occurrences. So when you going back?
Well, I'm hoping to go back maybe at the beginning of the next fiscal year. So we have a road show that we're planning, and that will probably be end of September, early October. So hopefully by then, but of course our flights are back in operation. So just more marketing, more, a greater pull. But it was really great to showcase ourselves and reestablish the connections within the industry this time around.
Vital connections that hopefully have not been severed permanently. That's very, very good news to hear. And of course, a lot of what happens in the hospitality industry, especially around here, has to do what's happening in the source markets and requirements for returning residents to be able to get back into their countries without any undue hassles. What are you hearing about Korea? Does Korea feel like it's all the way open?
Well, in regards, there's no more quarantine for vaccination. So the only thing really going back into country is a negative COVID test. So whether that be an antigen or PCR, but they're pretty open. And I know they're, Gov talked about revenge travel, right, out of that market. So Koreans are really ready to make the jump.
Well, and they seem to be having a good time. You're back in Tumon now, so you can see what's going on your side, and you walk on either side of Hotel Row on the roadside, on the beach side. We are seeing an awful lot of Asian tourists, Koreans in particular, that are out there taking pictures and having a good time. And in fact, one of the things that I've been doing on Instagram is whenever I see somebody hashtagging Guam, I will go on and say, thank you very much for visiting Guam. Something as simple as that. And the response that I get back from some of these Koreans is, oh, no, I had a great time, loving it. You know, you're welcome, going to come back, going to tell my friends. So there are ways, even if you're not in Tumon, to be able to interact with these folks on social media. So by all means, be on the lookout for the Guam hashtag on your Instagrams and TikTok-y things.
Well, you know, Ray, when we were doing PCR only to get back to Korea from Guam, there was this one very influential newspaper that pretty much went on ahead and started pushing out to the government, and this newspaper gets listened to by the Prime Minister, the President, that you know, they're very influential. So they pushed out to not only require PCR, but get back to the antigen test, and within 2 days that happened. Now, over the last week, they've put out to the government, let's just stop antigen altogether and let's just open it up. So hopefully soon that would also come to fruition.
One less hassle, one less expense for anybody to have to pick up to return back to your source market. Yeah.
Right. We had to kind of halt the free clinics here that we were paying for. It was just costing us too much that we teamed up with Public Health and GBB and put into 4 locations this free antigen and PCR test. And it's, you know, it had its kinks, but it's working out very well now. We've hired some temporary workers that were working in the industry to help us, you know, in this up times. So hopefully that we won't have any more requirements for returning tourists, and that we can save some money for our destination development here.
There's still a lot of work to be done. I think we need to put more of those hamburger stickers on Roy Canata's signs. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding, Roy. 8:28 in the morning. Former Governor Carl T.C. Gutierrez checking us out from GBB. Now, welcome back to you and Auntie Jerry. How was the Philippines?
Oh, I'm telling you that we hit a home run with including the mayors, some of the mayors, to bring them there to use a networking procedure and idea that I developed over the years in my being in politics. That's the networking, and you network from the ground up. And so we've put together not only the governor from Occidental, you know, the Bacolod area, Negros Occidental. He came up, and a lot of their mayors came up, but mostly from all around the country they came. And they're working out sister city relationships, but they have agreed with me, and they're already putting a resolution together, as well as the Congress itself putting a resolution together. And I reviewed that today, asking for the President of the Philippines to push the President of the United States to give the Filipinos a visa waiver to Guam if they want other things to come for the United States to come and use their island and to use their waters. So all of these things I'm putting together, but working it from the ground up. And so I'll show you the resolution that's been drafted by Congressman Rufus Rodriguez. He's going to introduce it next week, and he wants to get it out as soon as possible. And so we also had dinner with the husband and Congressman Rufus, the husband of the chief of staff of the president. His name is Harry Ongtin, but the wife is Maria Zenaida Benedicto Ongtin, and she used to be an ambassador herself. And so we've already made the inroads there, and that she would continue to look out for Guam in the presidential office.
Former Governor Carl T.C. Gutierrez on the line. Recent trip to the Philippines. Sounds like it was fruitful. And then it seems like everybody I know is getting on an airplane and going to Japan these days. Is it much easier now to get into Japan in the last couple of days?
Nothing has changed. As a matter of fact, we few of us are leaving on Sunday. We have a big deal going on there, and we're going to Osaka, Nagoya, Tokyo. And we are doing a tourism sort of a seminar deal there with the travel agents. So the opening up of those areas is going to showcase the fact that United Airlines are really being very bullish, and they're going to start opening up all those various areas outside of Tokyo.
Right. Osaka going to be back online, Fukuoka, et cetera. Those guys are coming back, and we'll hopefully see some revenge travel there. Now, I think I got word from Ikitsuto in Japan, who's there right now and keeping track of what the yen is doing. But I think I got word that there was a test that you needed to get on an airplane, and then a test that they would give you at the airport. My understanding is if you've got a negative test for the travel, that's all you need, and you no longer have to worry about taking a test in the airport in Japan when you arrive back in country.
That's my understanding too. Who's this guy, Kitsuto?
Yeah, Kitsuto. I'll connect. He's you can find him on the YouTube side. That's his Kitsuto in Japan, and I think I've got a WhatsApp I might be able to send you all the things with. So you're back on the road again. When are we going to have a meeting of the China cabinet?
Exactly. That's my thing. The China cabinet arrived this morning too from the Philippines.
Okay.
but this is we really want to get on that first flight to Osaka.
Right.
Sunday morning. But yes, that's very important before the Liberation Day. We're planning some big event here on the 22nd, which is Friday after Liberation, which is I hear that it's not going to be too much of a work day, and so we're having one here that's going to have drones and fireworks at IPAO.
Hey.
The trucks, it's the whole day affair on the 22nd, and so we're going to plan something around GVD. And, of course, you've got a spot here all the time.
All right. Well, I look forward to it. I'll bring the cooler and, all your favorites, and we'll have a fantastic night of it down the road. 8:33 in the morning. Gov, I know how busy you and the girls are, so I'm going to let you run. We'll talk again very, very soon.
Thanks a lot.
Happy 4th of July. Hug and a kiss to Auntie Jerry. We'll see you. 8:33. Former Governor Gutierrez on the line there from GVB. Are you tired of winning yet? Are we tired of winning the wars? No, absolutely not. Now, what have I got here? Do I have any additional pictures that I want to show you? There is an article. He was talking about getting an article done with his name on it and conversations about how, we got to think about going to Guam. So he sent me that. He also sent me, hold on a second, a video of our booth there in Korea, and I want to get that on screen before too much longer as well. So everybody, we are all invested in this, and I think it's a good idea and a good opportunity to see what that investment looks like. Might be able to get some audio on something like this. It's from the governor, so it's probably clean. 8:34. Wow. It's not just the big screen. Look at big, gigantic laddie stones there, greeting everybody. Come and get your Guam pin and see the boys and the girls from the Guam Visitors Bureau. And there's some of the other destinations that we're in competition with. But it looks like a good time to be had by all in Korea. Let's keep that winning going. 8:35, and about time for our last look at news and headlines. Donna D is coming up next.
Subway's Eat Fresh Refresh brings you the sequel to the Sweet Onion Chicken Teriyaki. Enjoy the new Sweet Onion Steak Teriyaki. Delight your taste buds with tender, juicy steak marinated in the tangy new Sweet Onion Teriyaki sauce and stacked high on toasted artisan Italian bread, topped with American cheese, green peppers, red onions, and drizzled with the tangy new Sweet Onion Teriyaki sauce. The new Sweet Onion Steak Teriyaki is the height of food craveability. Give in to your cravings at Subway. Eat fresh.
Gas is expensive, so let the bank come to you. Through our remote deposit capture, you can deposit your checks into your account from your phone. And with our Dynamite Bank Pacific Visa debit card, you can use your money anytime, anywhere. It's the perfect combo.
Now we're banking on the future. Services to choose. Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots.
Equal housing lender. Member FDIC. Crank it up.
Big Sister Shelley got a new T-shirt in the mail, huh? It's a picture of Donald Trump doing the Chris Rock slap against President Biden. And underneath it says, "Put it back the way you found it." Now, there's a bunch of other pictures that I've had in the mix that I haven't had a chance to put up on the screen yet. This one here, you remember when Dr. Akimoto had, uttered the words wise and wisdom? And I wanted to put this up on the screen. It's a picture of Ismael Velez. So one of the Point family guys, and we want to say congratulations to him because he's holding in his hand. I don't know, it might be a doctorate or something like that. I don't. There's
I'm
some
pretty
kind
sure
of
it is,
you
yeah.
know, piled high, deeper, whatever kind of sheepskin that he's got. Congratulations to you, my brother, from all of us in your Point family, and I'm sure your regular family. Then we got this. I got this is the picture. Blown up version of the picture that you can see in the Guam Daily Post. Roy Canata, and you know, it's not the spray painted one, right? It's not like spray painted or went after it with a 19-inch bolo or anything like that. But somebody had taken a picture of a burger and stuck it in front of his face. So maybe there's a message about diet and exercise. I don't know. But he's taking it in stride. He says, it's a Whopper Wednesday. Hey, what can I say? Not going to be bothering the police department to go after all of these guys. A reminder, it is trespassing. That is private property, and you shouldn't be doing those kinds of things. I appreciate his sense of humor. Joyce and Nicholas writes in and says, it's the cheeks, bro. It is the cheeks. I don't know if the guy's got a nickname in the village, but if he doesn't, maybe we ought to come up with one that's based on all of that. And you know what, and Roy, if you're still listening, you can use that when you run. Be like in the ballot when they put your name, you say Roy, whatever, Canata, and then you can have a parenthetical like a slogan or nickname or something like that, like Pito Terlahi, that I swear none of my white friends understand. But anyway, so you got. We could do Roy Canat, the one with the cheeks, right? You can put cheeks in there, and people go, "Oh, that's him." No, I like him. I'm gonna vote for him. But of course, now the picture is not good enough or clear enough for me to really zoom in and say that is a Whopper sandwich. I mean, it's a well done burger. And then Donna was looking around saying, maybe it's not really a burger. Maybe it is a Krabby Patty. Maybe it is a Krabby Patty from over in, for those of you that watch
kids?
Yeah, that one. There used to be a Krabby Patty on Guam. I don't know if anybody's doing it anymore. I put my head down and I whisper a quiet prayer for all of my friends over at Poke Fry, who on Tuesdays would remember, because it was a deal at lunch. So they'd have these crab sandwiches, crab burgers over at Poke Fry. They'd have that on Tuesdays for lunch. Mm-hmm. And it was so good. Oh my God! I don't always go to places for lunch, but I'd wander in there, and so after a while, they just say, "Look, whatever. Try not to sell out on the Krabby Patties at lunchtime because Gibson's going to come in tonight and is going to want to have one of those with his beer." And so, God bless you. They always. I never missed the opportunity to get a Krabby Patty crab sandwich from over at Poke Fry. God, I hope you guys come back in another form one of these days. 20 away from the top of the hour, and time for our last big look at news and headlines. Here is Donna D.
3 of the 4 people wanted in connection with an ongoing burglary investigation have been captured by police officers. 48-year-old Nelian Alvarez, 36-year-old Jeremy Taznia Mapoti, and 30-year-old Gerald Joseph Alvarez were located yesterday, but 35-year-old Louis Julian San Nicolas remains on the run. GPD reminds the community not to approach San Nicolas as he may be armed. Details about the case have not been made public. Police ask anyone with information to call GPD at 475-8515. And officers spoke with 44-year-old Jeremy Ferrin Lapid at the Tumon precinct after police received a report of a potential violation. The violation was not detailed in court documents. As he was being taken into custody, authorities found multiple baggies of methamphetamine on him. Lapid was arrested in 2011 after being accused of using food stamps to pay a bar tab. He was also accused of stealing from tourists in 2016 and stealing a car in 2017. And the Guam Medical Association is organizing a July 28 debate for Democratic gubernatorial candidates before primary elections. GMA President Dr. Tom Shea told The Point this morning that topics will focus on health care to compare the similarities and disparities between the candidates. The debate will also try to draw out how each team intends to address the medical issues at hand. The debate venue has yet to be identified. And that was your last look at local headlines on The Point.
All right. My buddy Tom, he's already in it. He's sorted all this stuff out. Tom might be a little bit upset because I did make jokes about the guy that was in the magistrate yesterday, Rot Bison. Oh, yeah. Rot Bison.
Oh, Rot Bison.
And if you got to put together a lot of like cool bad guy names for like your novel, that's a good one. That's almost as good as Octopus Pew Pew. You remember a couple of years ago we had Octopus Pew Pew, and now we've got Rot Bison.
And Rambo Milk. From
the UFC, Rot Bison versus Octopus Pew Pew. UFC, Ultimate Fighting Chookies. Or he says it would make a great radio DJ name. You're listening to Rot Bison on KRUD Radio. Rot on your radio. 841. But he says if we're going to follow along with the good-humored Roy Kinata. Maybe we'll call him on the ballot when it's time to put that together. Roy Whopper Kinata or Roy Big Mac Kinata or just hey. 19 away from the top of the hour. I'm not saying this is not my ideas. This is Tom, and you can't get mad at him because he used to be a cop. 19. He's got a bigger arsenal than the police department has. In 19 minutes, it'll be 9 o'clock.
Wow, nice smile. So perfect and all.
Thanks. I owe it all to Dr. Robert Yang and his smile team. They do wonders for a healthy, happy mouth.
Got teeth? Don't wait until they hurt. Schedule your routine checkup and cleaning with Dr. Yang and his smile team. Suite 119 in the East West Business Center, Upper Tumon. Call 647-8702 or 3.
The best thing that happened to teeth since toothpaste.
Dr. Yang and his smile team.
They make smiles happen.
Half a day, this is Honey. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
8:43 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show, and I got a picture here I want to share on the meme machine. I don't know how well you're going to be able to make it out. This it's a Zoom meeting, and you might be able to make out the reflection of Army Lynn, and I can't see who the other guy is, but the object here is a fellow named Woody. And they had a meeting and things like that, very similar to the same way, audio only, though, that we did the interview with him just before Liberation last year, when it seemed like nobody knew what a Gold Star family was. I think now, here we are, almost a year from then. I think everybody knows what a Gold Star family is and sees the effort being put together by the local Gold Star family crew, Army and Dyron and Tim and a whole bunch of other guys that are volunteering to get the monument, Gold Star Family Monument, all squared away over at Skinner Plaza. Now, what you might not know is that scheduled to make an appearance, which he liked to be able to do at Gold Star Family Monuments, was the guy that dreamt it up. Woody was his name. Woody, who was the winner of the Medal of Honor from battles in the Second World War, including the battle for Guam. We were all hurt, disappointed, shocked maybe, to hear that he had passed away. Woody Williams, America's last World War II Medal of Honor recipient, has passed away, surrounded by his family, apparently in the middle of the night. He passed away, surrounded by family Wednesday morning. Williams, who was 98, was the last of 473 American service members who received the Medal of Honor in World War II. He spent his final days with family in a hospital in his home of West Virginia. Family members called on Americans to pray for him on Tuesday as he lives out his last days. We welcome and appreciate any additional prayers on behalf of Woody and his family. They put together a statement for him, and there's more to all of this stuff. A really adventurous life, and it's not so much. Although, a lot of it will center around the Medal of Honor and battles that were waged by him and others from that great generation. It's what he did when he came home. It's all of the things that he did when he came home and all of the steps that he took to continue a legacy of this greatest generation. I don't think it dies with him. And I know that this may only slow them down a little before they get to a point where they can finally have the ribbon cutting And Woody was supposed to come out here for that. Unfortunately, with his passing, obviously that's not going to happen. But I'm sure that he will be there in spirit. And can you imagine? I don't know. I like to think it's a whimsical thought that I've got in my head. But now Woody is rejoined with all of his battle brothers from all of the battles that he waged, one way or the other, here and in Iwo Jima and places like that. And can you imagine what kind of reunion that is, especially among Marines? You know how they are. It's 8:46 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. We'll see what we can learn a little bit more. I don't know how sensitive the guys are and whether they're willing to talk about it this morning, but I'll see if I can get a hold of some of the guys that have made Woody and the Gold Star family such a big deal here on Guam. 8:46. Who have I got on one? Who's that? Did you find?
Maria Pangilinan, our favorite.
Oh, very, very good. Okay, so there's only 2 people running for Attorney General in this town, right? We got Doug Moylan. Well, 3 if you count Eric the Eagle. So you got Doug Moylan, and then you got Levin Camacho, who is the incumbent. And I'm wondering, do they go straight to the general, or do we have their names on the ballot for the primary election, and then just call it over with that? With maybe the information. Here's Maria Pangilinan from the Guam Election Commission. Good morning, Maria.
Half a day, Ray Gibson.
Hey, Kotla, how you doing there, girl?
Good. Left here at 10 o'clock last night and came back in at 8.
Oh, my God. What are they keeping you after school for? What'd you do?
Just prepping all the time. Our staff, I left my staff when I left. So
they were still there.
Still there, yeah.
Well, I mean, with everybody, that flurry of activity in the last couple of days, all the people coming in for senator or whatever, dropping off their paperwork. I mean, there's a whole lot of vetting that needs to be done and verification of all of the information that has been submitted. So, yeah, that takes a while, doesn't it?
Yep, still in progress.
Okay. Anybody running? I mean, have you run into anybody that has, you're going to need to call back and say, hey, you forgot to sign. Sorry, you have to date that.
Not at this time, although we had to call somebody to tell them that we didn't have enough signatures.
When did they turn in their, I mean, are they going to be able to run? Will they appear on the ballot?
No, unfortunately not. 5 o'clock, if we had received more signatures before 5 o'clock on Tuesday, June 28th, he would have had a chance.
He would have had a chance. You didn't give me his name. Is there a reason?
No. Did you want to ask?
Yeah. Who's
okay.
on?
Unfortunately, it was Mr. Donald Kalani.
Hey, Ade. He ran in the last election, I recall.
That's correct.
Yeah. So we're just short on the paperwork, short on the signatures.
Yes.
Hi, Ade. Sorry about that. Don would have been nice to have had another new name to select from. All right. So getting back to the original reason for the call, and I'm so glad that you and your team are burning the midnight oil to make sure that everybody is where they are supposed to be, and we meet the qualifications to get your name on the ballot. On the primary ballot, when I go to San Miguel and they hand it to me, will there be a ballot for the Attorney General's office, or do Levin and Doug go straight to the general?
There will be a second ballot sheet with Levin and Doug Moylan's name.
In the primary election?
Yes, sir.
And so if Doug gets more votes than Levin, does that mean that for that office the election is over?
No. Both names go on to the general.
So, wait. So I'll have to vote for them twice?
Yes.
But it's nonpartisan. Wait a second. That doesn't make any sense. It's not nonpartisan. So it's not like, we're trying to get a Republican attorney general or a Democrat attorney general.
That's how the law reads.
All right, Ken Leon Guerrero is going to hit you with another one of those petitions, one of those voter initiatives to change that, because that doesn't make any sense to me. So they both essentially have a pass to the general election, but they've got to get through the primary election.
Correct.
So what we've got here, kids, is a straw poll. This one is going to give us an opportunity to see which of the two candidates has any more gas than the other.
Yes, but and then both of them still go on.
Is there a minimum vote requirement that they have to achieve in the primary election?
4%. 4% of the total votes cast.
Okay, and it won't be attached to either a Republican ballot or a Democrat ballot. It will be a whole separate sheet, so you don't have to worry about spoiling your ballot by voting for one or the other.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes, it's a whole sheet, which makes us, we will need to count. We will need to put. Instead of putting one ballot sheet through that machine, we have to put 2 ballot sheets through the machine.
Well, that means we got to get another ballot sheet from the printer, and those things aren't cheap.
That's correct.
So we ought to be able to get, 8 or 9 people over at the legislature together and have them take another look at the law and eliminate this in the case where we've only got 2 people running for a partisan, nonpartisan office.
Part of the Guam Election Commission recommendation.
Part of your recommendation,
Yes.
but that doesn't mean that just because you and the guys give it to the people over at the legislature that that will have any kind of priority. Maybe if we had an idea of how much extra it would cost. I mean, as I said, the ballot paper is not cheap, and the process when we start talking about counting it, regulating it, and doing all of that isn't cheap either.
That's correct. It takes longer. It takes the tabulation takes twice as long because we have to run a second sheet.
Well, I want to let you know, as important an idea as that is, Maria, they're so busy they're worried about plastic bags and paper bags and straws. I can see why they're just up to their neck in work over at the legislature. Couldn't possibly take the recommendations, the sober recommendations of the Guam Election Commission.
Actually, the recommendations get to them on June 30th of every odd year.
Mm-hmm.
So, yes.
All right. Well, what a thing. What a thing. Well, I don't want to waste any more of your time because I know how busy you are, and I don't want you to have to be there until 10 o'clock because you were waiting for me to come up with some more questions for you. So we'll talk again soon, and thanks for keeping in touch.
Sizuas Masi, Ray Gibson.
Good luck, we appreciate it, Maria Hernandez. Wait, Pangilinan. Where am I getting Hernandez from? All right, it's getting old here. All right, Maria Pangilinan, Kotla, I'll talk to you pretty soon. Esther. All right, 888-825-5888-TALK. Man, all of a sudden there's like a weird kind of thing that was happening in my head. All right, so where do we get to go now? Where's it? 888-825-5888-TALK is the telephone number. All kinds of stuff working here in my head, and a number of stories that I'd hinted at earlier and thought, well, maybe now is a good time to start talking about them. Have you been vaccinated? And I look at Real Joe, and Real Joe looks at me and says, hell no. And you can't make me get vaccinated. You might force me outdoors.
Yeah, I'm scared of that.
Make
SAD.
me eat outside. Which one?
SAD.
Sudden adult death.
Yeah, have you heard about it, man?
Dude, that's a thing.
Bothering me.
It is an actual thing. I don't know. It's like every time somebody reasonably healthy, fairly young, and they just kind of fall over dead, and you go, "What happened?" The first question I ask is, "Were they vaccinated?" And I think it's a fair question. Other people will say, no, you're just a conspiracy theorist. You're just one of those ultra MAGA whatevers. Or is it Uber MAGA?
Yeah.
What did we decide it was? Anyway, but I got this from a friend of mine, and you can find it in the Daily Mail online. Anthony Fauci says that he's experienced rebound COVID symptoms after taking a Pfizer antiviral Paxlovid, which studies now show is not effective for people who are vaccinated. Now, some of you are going to say, Ebenetsu. That's what you get for you Fauci mouth. But there's others going, it just seems to me that, as each day goes by and you start reading a little bit more about what's going on or what is and what is not. We spent some time with Dr. Macris on this the other day, and now they're talking about the possibility of getting maybe this other booster here. Number one, not only does it not provide any real efficacy against COVID-19 or the variants, it actually makes you more vulnerable to it. Negative efficacy, if you will. They're basically saying, come on, line up, and we're going to give you a shot here that will make it easier for Omicron to get to you. And it just seems like the whole thing is kind of upside down, and another place where doctors and scientists, et cetera, are in some cases, and maybe they're not like real doctors. Where'd you go? You get your doctor in? Yeah, policy. I have a policy doctor, strategy doctor. So you're not like a real MD doctor. Do you actually know any of the science that you're talking about? No, but I know a guy that does. Anyway, so pondering the vaccination here, there is also this story about 300,000 doses of monkeypox vaccine. And you might be wondering, well, gee, are we going to get our share of monkeypox vaccine here on Guam? Because it's the next big thing for them to crow about over at the Department of Public Health and Social Services. And the answer is yes, we will get our share of some 296,000 doses of monkeypox vaccine. Now, this is going to go out to all the states and territories like Guam and Puerto Rico. So I think when they're all done with the distribution, I think we'll probably get about 5 doses. You know, because it honestly doesn't sound like a lot, right? 296,000 doses to the entire United States of America. I mean, I can math. Can you? Why does Simon Sanchez always say I can't do math? Yeah, you notice that?
Yeah, because he's very smart, man.
Whatever. Kellis is on the line. Good morning, Kellis. How you doing?
Good morning.
Are you
so,
blessed?
First on this monkeypox thing, 5, because remember, you have to be going to these wild sex raves in Europe. So I don't know how many, and having anal sex and all this, so I don't know how many people from Guam have gone to those wild sex raves in Europe.
Not necessarily Europe, although I know that there's a number of them that have taken place in all kinds of blue leftist states.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, because this will sound. I mean, it sounds harsh. I've got friends that go and attend these things on a regular basis, and I love all the pictures that they've got. But generally, they are lady friends that are going and hanging out at this. Not too many of my guy buddies spend a whole lot of time at some of these events.
But I think they said that. I mean, with this new pandemic that is attacking, that we have 100 cases in the United States?
I think that's correct. And virtually all of them can be, I think they can all be traced back one way or the other to you're right, some of these like South African raves or European raves, et cetera.
Right. So in other words, at least to me, it doesn't sound like it's a pandemic.
Well.
But so
after everything that we learned from COVID, I mean, honestly, at the beginning of COVID, and we played audio. In fact, there's video of Lulian Guerrero parroting exactly what this COVID-19 was going to be. Generally targeting the old, generally targeting the infirmed. Most other people shouldn't have too much of a problem with it, and it did not become the pandemic, the worldwide. Oh my God, this is going to kill everybody. Pandemic. That what was the name of that guy? That was doing a thing for public health, the car score guy.
Oh yeah, Cabrera.
Yeah, Cabrera, right? I mean, the guy told us more people on Guam would die from COVID than died during the entire Second World War, and scared the hell out of everybody. And I think there's still a lot of people that are running around scared.
So the actual reason that I was calling up, because I know that with the COVID shots and booster, that these are all still experimental, right? So we cannot sue Pfizer or Moderna for.
No, I think they've been cleared and no longer experimental, which is why they were able to force members of the U.S. military to get it or get kicked out.
So I was going to ask about this new pill that Fauci got sick. Do you know if that's considered experimental?
I couldn't.
So that no one can sue?
I couldn't tell you. I've got Dr. Vince Akimoto is listening, but he's sending me jokes. He's not responding to what you're talking about. He's sending me jokes. We're talking about it's not raves in Europe, so it's apparently interplanetary raves in Uranus.
Oh.
I can't. That's where I'm going to stop the conversation. Kelly, I'm going to talk to you later. It's always shocking when I talk to you. He's my favorite electrician. It's 9. Here's the news.
Conflicting accounts. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. Cassidy Hutchinson, the former top aide to Trump Chief of Staff Mark Meadows, is standing by her testimony before the House January 6 committee. That former President Trump tried to grab the wheel of the presidential vehicle the day of the riot because he wanted to go to the Capitol, while Secret Service leader Tony Ornato and Agent Robert Engel are reportedly ready to go before the committee and give their account.
A source close to Ornato tells Fox News he denies her story about the SUV. Ornato was not in the vehicle, meaning Hutchinson's story is secondhand, which she does not refute. The source says Ornato, Engel, and the SUV driver are ready to testify on camera in public and deny the allegations. In a statement to Fox News, the Secret Service revealed the agency has cooperated with the 1-6 committee for a year and will continue to do so. An agency spokesman tells Fox News the committee did not reach out in the days leading up to Hutchinson's testimony.
Fox's David Spunt in Washington. A New York State judge has lifted a contempt order against former President Trump that had been imposed after he failed to comply with a subpoena in a civil investigation into his business practices. Texas taking action after the discovery this week of the bodies of migrants in the back of an 18-wheeler in a remote area of San Antonio. Governor Greg Abbott says he will put more checkpoints in place, bringing in state strike force teams from around the state.
The truck passed through a border point checkpoint. It was not inspected. It was not inspected because the Border Patrol does not have the resources to be able to inspect all of the trucks.
The number of dead has grown to 53. 3 men from Mexico have been arrested. Russian President Vladimir Putin warning Finland and Sweden if they welcome NATO troops and military infrastructure, Russia will respond in kind. America is listening to Fox News.
Subway's Eat Fresh, Refresh brings you the sequel to the Sweet Onion Chicken Teriyaki. Enjoy the new Sweet Onion Steak Teriyaki. Delight your taste buds with tender, juicy steak marinated in the tangy new Sweet Onion Teriyaki sauce and stacked high on toasted artisan Italian bread, topped with American cheese, green peppers, red onions, and drizzled with the tangy new Sweet Onion Teriyaki sauce. The new Sweet Onion Steak Teriyaki is the height of food craveability. Give in to your cravings at Subway. Eat fresh.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Get a personal loan for that summer vacation or to pay off those long overdue bills. Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $3,900 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña, now at the old Nanbo Insurance Building at 475-4545, Upper Tumon 647-5626, or in Dededo 633-4473. Family Finance, here to serve you.
Starting next week, jurors in Florida will decide whether a notorious school shooter will be sent to death row.
5 women and 7 men have already been chosen to sit on a jury in Fort Lauderdale, which next month will hear arguments for and against sending Nicholas Cruz to his death for killing 17 people inside Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School. Cruz already pleaded guilty, but prosecutors refused to agree to a life sentence, and Florida law requires a jury decide on death penalty cases. Proceedings are scheduled for July 18th. In Broward County, Florida, Eben Brown, Fox News.
The Treasury Department says a multinational task force has seized $30 billion in 100 days from Russian oligarchs. A nationwide panel of experts in disease prevention has come out with a new study showing that vitamins and supplements are a waste of money for adults who are generally healthy and not pregnant.
Looking at data from a number of vitamins and multivitamins, the study found insufficient evidence that a list of vitamins help prevent cardiovascular disease, cancer, and death. One expert notes that the task force isn't necessarily saying don't take multivitamins, but rather if they were really good for you, they would know by now. They say people should save their money and focus on things like exercise, diet, and not smoking. The panel does, however, recommend certain vitamins for pregnant women and those with vitamin deficiencies. Gianna Gelosi, Fox News.
The last remaining World War II Medal of Honor recipient, Herschel W. Woody Williams, has died. As a young Marine, Williams went ahead of his unit during the Battle of Iwo Jima in February 1945, eliminating a series of Japanese machine gun positions, receiving the Medal of Honor later that year from President Harry Truman. Williams Foundation announced on Twitter and Facebook that he died at the Veterans Affairs Medical Center bearing his name in Huntington, West Virginia. He was 98. I'm Lee Silasera. This is Fox News.
Are you looking for a new place to hang out with your friends? Let's go along the sidelines at Sidelines Bar and Grill. Located at 154 Iriarte Road, Unit 4 and 5 in Tamuning behind Royal Bigs. Sidelines, a hidden gem with nothing but great things to offer. Great atmosphere, great food, top shelf drinks, and a great team. What are we waiting for? Let the fun begin at Sidelines Bar and Grill. Open daily from 3 p.m. to 2 a.m. See you there.
As part of our ongoing commitment to keeping you connected, GTA is proud to participate in the Affordable Connectivity Program. The Affordable Connectivity Program, or ACP, provides eligible households with a $30 credit toward internet or mobile services. And now, if you qualify for ACP, you can get internet for as low as $28 a month. We're making it simple for both new and existing customers to apply this credit toward GTA internet and mobile services. To see if you qualify, visit gta.net. GTA, we start with you.
Gas is expensive, so let the bank come to you. Through our remote deposit capture, you can deposit your checks into your account from your phone. And with our Dynamite Bank Pacific Visa debit card, you can use your money anytime, anywhere. It's the perfect combo.
Now we're banking on the future. Services to choose. Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots.
Equal housing lender. Member FDIC. Crank it up.
888-825-888-TALK. This is the Ray Gibson Show, being brought to you here by APL, American President Lines, a global presence with a local home, and the team over at Wendy's, where they realize it's summer. In fact, sometimes I like to think that they go to Wendy's before the launch of summer and say, hey, you guys ready with that strawberry thing, right? You got them? Yeah, we got it. This is the incredible strawberry salad for summer waiting for you now over at Wendy's. What's in it? Well, strawberries for sure. In addition to that, we've got applewood smoked bacon. There's an herb-marinated grilled chicken breast, candied almonds, 3-cheese blend, and a sweet and tangy champagne vinaigrette served on a bed of freshly chopped lettuce. It's only at Wendy's where they got you.
Morning talk that matters. It's the Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
All right, here's what we got to do. Let's concentrate on saving some money in the government of Guam. I know it's a bizarre, radical concept. Does every new car that we buy have to be a big-ass truck or like a SUV thing, four-wheel drive, like you're ever going to go in a four-wheel drive? You can just get an all-terrain car.
Got to be a gas guzzler.
Got to be a gas guzzler. Absolutely. But anyways, what I am noticing here is there doesn't seem to be an urgency to try to save money. There's Maria Pangilinan last hour was saying is we've got some suggestions over at the Election Commission that could actually save us money. So in case you missed the last 20 minutes on the radio, we talked with Maria Pangilinan from the Guam Election Commission, and what I think ought to be a slam dunk is not automatically a slam dunk. The way the law reads, Doug Moylan and Levin Camacho will face each other on a separate ballot, a separate piece of paper, in the primary election in 57 days from now. And then the one that gets the most votes gets to meet up with the other on a ballot in November. Huh? Wait, hold on. There's only two of them.
What if they're different? What if one wins the beginning and the other one wins in the general?
I don't know. A runoff. We have. We'll spend more money.
Oh,
We'll
that's great,
because we have plenty of money here. We got plenty of money. We're just gonna make the government bigger. We'll find a way to use the ARP money or the whatever, the excess revenue to get it done. But you really could take this and save a couple of bucks. I mean, it's not like the paper that they use for the elections is not like the paper that we get, for our photocopier outside.
Cardstock, man.
I don't know what it is. Something, whatever. It's expensive. It's pricey paper. I think that's part of it. I want to say that there used to be these programs. I think Quicken was originally one of them, and it wasn't the most sophisticated software in the world. The reason why they wanted you to get Quicken was so that you could buy Quicken checks, right? And so you could write out the thing, but hey. You know what you can do with Quicken is you can just send this to the printer, and you can print it out on special Quicken brand checks that you order with all the information, the barcodes, routing numbers, all of that kind of stuff. And I'm going to admit that I bit into that idea, and I'm not going to say I regretted it, but I got to a point in my life where I was going, well, the bank already gives me checks. I already have checks from the bank. I should just use those. Maybe I just and they come free with the account. And then with $6, and I get another $500 in a month or something like that. So you go, well, it doesn't kind of make a whole lot of sense. The other reason why it didn't make a whole lot of sense is I don't. Since 2022, I might have written half a dozen checks. I don't do it. I have a checking account. First Hawaiian Bank is in charge of that. I've got a checking account, and I use the pay thing in there. So if I owe somebody some money, Barrett Plumbing or whatever, I just go into the First Hawaiian Bank thing and I put them down as one of the people that I need to pay regularly for whatever. And so just send them this. Do we want to repeat this? Same thing. Do the same thing with who's the other guys? GPA and GWA. I don't write them a check, and I don't tell FHB every month to write them a check. I told them every month, and I got to change the number for GPA, but every month send GPA $200 here and $200 there, and every month send GWA $65 because my water bill, just me and the cat, my water bill is very rarely any higher than that. In fact, I don't think it's ever been any higher than that. Even when I bush cut, wash the car, 18 loads of laundry on a weekend or something like that, because, let the underwear pile up. But I don't know that it's ever gone any higher than that. It's usually lower by a little bit, so I've got a credit with GWA almost all the time. Do the same thing with, who's the guys? GSWA. Trash guys?
Oh, the trash guys.
Yeah. I might be one of those guys that tries to get out from under that, because I just don't generate enough trash I don't think I've ever had it full. Yeah. It might be just again, me and the cat. And and you're going, Ray, but the astronomical amount of beer that you buy. What about all the cans? What about all the boxes? 12-pack boxes. Okay, the cans are getting crushed. I told you this yesterday. There's a bag of them now, and I will take that to the school in Tiedzen and put it in the thing that says for aluminum cans only, and make Peggy Denny smile. The other thing is, with regard to pizza boxes, to-go boxes from virtually every place on Guam, all of that is helping me get rid of a tree stump in the backyard. So about once a week, I'm sure my neighbors love me for this, but they burn their trash too, so they can't say anything. About once a week, I will get all of the 12-packs, pizza boxes, to-go things, and whatever, and put them at the base of this tree trunk. And light it afire. Pyro. And every once in a while, I'll go, ooh, maybe I should have brought the hose over here. Ooh, maybe, oh, it's a big fire. Hey, I hope those embers aren't going into the neighbor's yard. Oh, boy. But eventually, it'll settle down and calm down. And the cool thing about it is I've got this tree now that is kind of like a giant incense thing, except it stinks. Yeah. but it's got this long kind of, the fire never really slow burn. Yeah, goes out. And then there's the part where I'm going, okay, I got to leave now. I've got to leave. Do I leave this thing? And oftentimes I do. And I mean, even after some heavy rains, I've come home and the thing is still, alight. It's weird. 914 Ray Gibson Show, 888-8255-888-TALK. Sorry, I never did get to the end because I'm easily distracted. I never did get to the end of the monkeypox story. Almost 300,000 doses of monkeypox vaccine to be distributed in Guam and Puerto Rico. The U.S. government has got 296,000 doses in the national stockpile, and they're going to be sending them out. And Guam and Puerto Rico actually mentioned in this story. The distribution is based on population size and risk of serious illness, according to U.S. health officials. All right, we're not the big players in this game. So, like I said, I think after they take everything into account, they'll go, okay, so Guam will get... How many gay people you got on Guam? No, just the guys. How many of those, and maybe we'll run out enough to make it through the active population of the doses. 56,000 will be assigned immediately. The rest will be in coming out in the following weeks. My God, I wonder if they're going to do that again. I wonder if they're going to do that over at the governor's office when our monkeypox vaccines come in. You remember like the governor and lieutenant governor and Cabrera and everybody. They met the tarmac. Slow motion.
Yeah.
Slow walk to the tarmac. You remember that?
And the loading door coming down slow.
Yeah, with the music in the background. Inspirational. Inspiration. My dear people of Guam, not only have I saved you from COVID-19, we're saving you from monkeypox. No more raves. You know what I mean? Vaccine of it's the Genios type, if you're wondering. They can be offered to people who, quote, may have been exposed. Until recently, monkeypox vaccines in the U.S. were only available to people who have been demonstrably exposed to the virus. But now you might be, and then they'll give that to you. By the end of the year, they say 1.6 million doses will be available, which doesn't sound like an awful lot. The United States has so far recorded 306 cases of monkeypox. That's a lot of raving. A viral infection related to smallpox that causes painful skin lesions. Although the virus is endemic in parts of Africa, the current outbreak has affected countries where the virus does not usually spread. As a result, there are fears that it could become more widespread. And all we need to do is fan the flames of those fears. We'll take Ray Gibson's beer boxes and his to-goes and his cardboard boxes from the pizza place, and we'll use that to fan the flames of fear that monkeypox, what COVID could not do to us, monkeypox will. 9:16. A couple of other stories that I'll get around to doing, including what looks like it's going to be loads of fun. AG Camacho hosting a free virtual cannabis regulation roundtable with a bunch of people you've never heard of. So we'll talk about that if I get some time. In the meantime, Dr. Ron McNinch on the line. Buenas and Hafa Day, Doc. How you doing?
Hey, Hafa Day, Ray. Hafa Day, Guam.
Hey. What did you want to talk about today? Hey.
Oh, yeah. I don't know. It's like I think the CDC has become addicted to just trying to get people riled up. I don't know.
Okay, so we run into a credibility gap. This is something Jerry Roberts was talking about: trust and credibility among those who would choose to lead us or guide us. And we elect people and we appoint people, and we say you're pretty good at what you do, and so we'd like you to be in charge of the health care for the entire United States of America. And then come to find out that these guys really aren't all that, and you start looking around at the rest of and in particular this administration, and find how many people were put into places where they are at to meet some kind of a diversity census quota, as opposed to, do you actually know what the hell you're doing?
Yeah, I think also it's just they became addicted to all the media attention, and they can't get over it. Usually the CDC is like the fire department. Yeah. They're there. If you need them, there's a fire, you call them and they deal with it, and then they move on. But this is like we're going on our third year of the fire department living in our living rooms through our media and everything else, and it's gotten kind of old.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'll point out, with very few exceptions, some of the people that are making decisions that impact our lives were not elected, and as I said, in many cases, not even taken through the hearing process over at the legislature, confirmation process at the legislature. They used to be just employees and health department bureaucrats.
Yeah, and I've totally lost any respect or any kind of view I had of Fauci is out the window, especially after seeing all of the shenanigans he went through to cover up the point that they were funding the gain of function research. And I've lost faith in them.
But who told them they could do that? That's the other part of this. It just seems to me that the government is so big, it can run away with these kinds of things. And then you hear that they might have had some of those gain of function labs working on other bugs, other germs in Ukraine.
Right. And, the odd thing is, so the U.S. bans it, and then they use a pass-through method to have another country do it through our funding. It's just terrible. I don't know. I'm kind of, it just irritates me to no end. But, on the Roe versus Wade thing, I went through all of the rulings, and I talked about a little bit about it in my article today.
I saw it.
And I also refreshed my memory. I guess her name's Norma McCord. She got pregnant in 1969 and had the baby in 1970. But at the time she asked them to file the Roe v. Wade filing originally in 1970, I think she was almost 7 months pregnant. And she was not happy. She had 2 children. Her first child was adopted by her mom. The second child she gave up for adoption. And at that point, she just didn't want a third child. And now, that particular, and a lot of people just don't know that. But that's how late in her pregnancy she was when she filed it. And then later in her life, she became a pro-life advocate.
Right. I recall hearing that about the case. I honestly, it's not something that I've studied for an awful long time, and frankly, I think the peak of my interest was the other day. So we're all now. And when did that happen? It was last Saturday morning. We're closing in on a week here since Roe v. Wade was overturned, and still not a whole lot coming out of the Attorney General's office on the study, the review, what Bob Klitsky refers to as the lollygagging that is going to take place before leaving Camacho does what is arguably a ministerial job. Just come up with the paperwork, go to district court, ask the lady over at the court to lift the permanent injunction, and then let the feathers fly. I don't care whether Lieben's got an opinion on it one way or the other, but he would be out of the conversation almost immediately, if you ask me. So I don't understand what the hesitation is.
Right. And then there's the whole thing with the January 6th committee. I guess that former staffer making all those wild claims about Trump and trying to grab the steering wheel. The weird thing is, if anyone's ever seen what the president's limo looks like, you sit way in the back. I don't know, if anybody's familiar with those kinds of vehicles, but it's just more just fancy. What
you are suggesting here is that there has been a willing suspension of disbelief among people in the media, among people in Washington, D.C., and we don't need the truth. We need an attractive talking head that will say what we want to hear, who will tell us basically the mantra. And it doesn't matter. The mantra is Trump did it. Trump was behind all of this. None of this would have happened if Trump had not encouraged this insurrection, this mutiny, the attempted coup of the United States, the overthrow of democracy. And everything that the Democrats have said since January 6th of last year has led to all of this. And I haven't watched a second of it. I don't want to waste a whole lot of time of my personal time looking at the January 6th thing. But my sources, people tell me that all of this is orchestrated. It is a production. It doesn't follow the same kind of tempo that things follow in Washington, D.C. in these investigations and in these hearings. This thing is a production. There's music beds, and there's going to be dancers, and somebody's going to get an award for this later on.
Yeah, it's incredible that they make no effort to even show that they're even trying to show two sides to anything.
None whatsoever. And why should they? Because it doesn't follow the Trump did it narrative. And that's what we've got. We've got 5-6 years now of the Trump derangement syndrome, and now it is playing out to the kind of an unexpected but not surprising crescendo in Washington D.C. This will be turned into a musical. This is that much of a production. This will be a musical soon.
Yeah, and probably using multimedia also. It's just it'll be more than a musical. It'll be an edit your own story, because really they can make up anything they want and say anything they want and not have anyone check any of their behavior. And luckily now, at least the Secret Service guys who are actually there are standing up and saying,
Yes.
"Hey, wait a minute, this is just garbage."
Yep. Yeah, it's a fabrication. You've taken January 6th and turned it into Hollywood. And if we're going to try to, and there's nothing real in Hollywood, by the way.
And she admitted that she didn't actually see any of these things. She had just heard about them.
Well, then it must be true. If I heard about it on the internet, it must be true. Trump said something about grabbing women by the biscuits. Must be true.
Well, I believe that, but that's beside the point. I think that did it matter? That's the big question in reality for some of these things.
Oh,
Is that does the allegations made really fit any sort of reality at all?
It depends. I mean, it depends on who you're talking to and what the topic is. It's one of those things that affects that impacts and annoys the on again, off again feminists. The feminists that say, "Well, you don't talk to women like that. Women are important. Women really should be held up on a pedestal." But don't say anything when men pretend to be women and compete with women in their sports. And I'm going, okay, when does the feminism come and go here? Is it there all the time? I can't figure it out.
I do believe that women need to be genuinely interested in their rights, and they need to be, they need to reassert their voice, particularly in areas like you just mentioned. Right. Because, right now, what bothered me, the cut point for me was when AOC, whatever her name was, and the CDC no longer refer to mothers as women or anything else. They call them birthing people.
Chest feeding pregnant people.
Right.
I think is the new one.
Right.
Dude, go to Fox News. Go to Fox News. There's a thing that a buddy of mine just sent me this morning, and apparently Vice President Kamala Harris has stepped in a puddle again because she used the word women over and over to describe Roe v. Wade and the defense of women. And I think one of her signature phrases, although she was praised for being a little bit more coherent in this Babylon, that she said, I'm a woman. I came from a woman, or something along those lines. Like, hello, yeah. But the left, which is fond of eating itself from time to time, are now giving her a hard time because she's not referring to them as birthing persons or chest feeding pregnant people or women, people of cervix persuasion.
Right.
How dare you call people women? But again, that's a feminism. When do people stand up to that and go, "Wow, you're living in a whole kind of alternative universe here all of a sudden."
Yeah. I don't see, regular people buying into any of this. I think that it might fit with a few people, but especially not on Guam. It doesn't fit in. The other thing I should mention.
Well, no, if we're going to go through the same, because you and I are obviously on the same Twitter pages from time to time. The latest is the whole Latinx conversation. And they give Biden a hard time because he, number one, I think he mispronounces it, but he uses that, and people in the Hispanic community, except for a very small, statistically insignificant percentage, universally don't like that phrase. They don't like Latinx. I am Latina. I am proud to be a Latina. I am proud to be a Latino. I don't want to be Latinx. For heaven's sakes, and you college white people need to stop with all of this stuff, because that's, I think, arguably where it comes from.
Well, also, if you look at how Spanish is spoken, if a person speaks Spanish, you'll see clearly why, because the words are attached to often, male or female contexts. And so what they're trying to do, whether they know it or not, they're trying to unthread an entire language because of political correctness, and it's simply not going to work.
Mm-hmm.
It may work with people who don't speak Spanish, but once you start speaking Spanish and understand how the language really functions, it falls apart. Yeah. And those are the people they're trying to refer to. That's the odd thing about it. Yeah.
Everything is odd these days. The up is down, white is right, white is black, black is white. You know, the trains don't run on time anymore. I just don't get it. 9:29. Like I said, I think the reason is in the country and maybe even here on Guam. I think maybe sometimes people are put in certain places. There's a nothing confirmation process that takes place over at the legislature, and the only time that there's ever any fireworks is when Cousin Troy shows up. But otherwise, we just kind of go along to get along. And yeah, he might not be qualified for that position, but he's a nice guy and he works hard. He's I see him at church all the time. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, well, how come we couldn't fix the swimming pools under this guy? What's going on? This place, that place, the other place. And so anyway, that's where we are. Hey, Ron, I'm going to let you run. I'll talk to you later, okay?
Sounds great. Have a great day.
You know I will. 888-825-5888-TALK. Didn't mean to cut that short. I just thought we were agreeing with each other too much. There's fun and there's he's okay, and he's one of the few guys. He's one of the few guys on Guam that is allowed to, if we see each other someplace, bar, restaurant, whatever, he is allowed to sit down with me and we can talk politics, public policy, things like that.
Yeah.
Without having to pay for my beer. He does it, but he does it anyway. I just want to say he does it anyway. But there's a bunch of other guys that, hey, we're going to talk about this. It's work time for me? You want me to dig big mental research and have an opinion on what it is you want to do? Okay. Excuse me. He's buying my beers for the rest of the night, okay? Put everything on his tab. The wings, too. Put the chicken wings on his tab. Yeah. All right, so I like Ron. This story here that caught my attention while I was listening to Ron. Rolling Stone magazine, and just the other day I was giving Rolling Stone magazine a hard time because they took a Supreme Court ruling and made it sound like the Supreme Court was trying to shoehorn the return prayer in the classrooms in public schools because that's the way they think. And they think that way, and they'll publish it, and then pretty soon you might think that way. That's not what the ruling of the case was. Rolling Stone, though, today in their news, and this is relevant to me because I will tell you it's actually one of my favorite songs. And it talks about radio stations. And these are, interesting times in all older forms of media. And one of the new kids on the block, obviously, is radio. But we're still, in comparison to social media, we're the old guys. So, story here. After DJ layoffs, a radio station has been playing Rage Against the Machine over and over and over. Vancouver's Kiss FM. There's more than one in the country. Killing in the Name on repeat after radio hosts were laid off. They've been playing it, as of this writing, for the past 10 hours after two beloved morning show DJs were laid off on Tuesday. Can I just make a point? If they were really beloved, maybe they'd be making some advertising dough and would not have been laid off.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just saying, I work with guys like, so I don't know how beloved they were. Rolling Stone tuned into the station Wednesday afternoon, and it was still playing the 1992 track on loop, only stopping to have two DJs mimic Zach De La Rocha's grunts in the song. A little lower, close enough, said a female DJ to her partner. The memorable grunts come before the singer's scathing outro of blank you, I won't do what you tell me, which is why I like the song so much. I won't do what you tell me. I don't want to say I discovered it, but I remembered it kind of in the middle of COVID-19, and not in the middle, in that time. You remember when, okay, hey, we want everybody to get vaccinated, so we're going to make it easy for you to get vaccinated. And then they hit kind of a speed bump, and they go, well, maybe we got to, encourage people to get vaccinated. My daughter won an iPad from that. You remember that?
Yeah, congrats.
Yeah. Thank you very much. And I know people want money and cars and all of that stuff because we want to encourage folks to get vaccinated. Then they hit kind of another speed bump on that, and then it was, you are are not the victims. You are the vectors. This is the pandemic of the unvaccinated. Ray Gibson, you're not vaccinated. You're not allowed to eat inside restaurants anymore with the civilized people. You have to go outside. And I'm like, well, save me all kinds of money. That's fine. You can't drink in the bars anymore because you're not vaccinated. Oh, even better. That means, oh, wait. So I can buy a 12-pack of Michelob Ultra for $16 versus the 3 beers that would have cost me $16 in most other bars. Okay, fine. But blank you, I won't do what you tell me. That was the operative line in that song. And that's why this is a meaningful and relevant story. Apparently, they ran an edit, so you're not going to hear the blank you, I won't do what you tell me, but real fans of Rage Against the Machine. And what machine are they raging against? You know what I think it is?
Guess, Ray.
The printer. I think it's the printer. It's the printer. It's always the printer. Sometimes it's the internet router, but that technically isn't a machine. Just saying. Several Twitter users noted that disc jockeys had occasionally paused the loop to take call-in requests for the same song. Well, we're taking requests, but we're only playing one song. Hey, look, it's Zach from Flanders. What do you want to hear, Zach? How about Rage Against the Machine? Can we play some more Rage Against the Machine? An NBC News reporter said a disc jockey went on the air to say, "You're probably wondering what's going on." The track was originally written by the band as a protest song against police brutality. Now you do what they told you. On Wednesday morning, Tom Morello retweeted a fan who posted out the radio protest. Pop radio station in Vancouver laid off all of their staff yesterday. Whoever is on the controls this morning has been playing Killing in the Name on repeat since 6 a.m. Blank, it's beautiful. The two laid-off disc jockeys, Sonia Sidhu and Kevin Lim, shared statements on their social media about the changes at the radio station. KISS is changing, and unfortunately, we were informed that we won't be part of this new chapter. Although this comes with mixed emotions, we want to express one overwhelming feeling: gratitude. We are so incredibly thankful for everybody who shared their mornings with us and invited us into their lives through the radio and our podcasts. We've never taken you for granted. Unfortunately, you got to get the people to go and eat and shop at the places that are advertising with you, and then we don't have to change the format. It's like that, guys. It's like that. But I don't know. Hey, look, what do I know? I'm just a guy doing radio out here in the fringes of show business in beautiful downtown Tamuning, Upper Tumon, Guam. And I'm told, speaking of advertisers, we ought to break down for a quick break from our advertisers with these, not important, I want to say solemn messages.
I want my children to be healthy and safe for the new school year. That's why I made an appointment at the FHB Health Center for their annual checkups, vaccines, physicals, and dental exams. FHP pediatricians and dentists deliver the highest quality of care. I trust them. So can you. Receive a free gift with your child's checkup. For an appointment, call 671-646-5825, press 1. Most private insurance plans accepted. FHP Health Center. Our island, your clinic.
Are you looking for job opportunities? That's perfect. Taiho is a company based in Korea that provides opportunities for people to work at production sites in the United States. They offer a wide variety of jobs that may suit you. Come and check it out. For more information, visit www.gotomainland.com or go to their office at the old iConnect building or call 671-648-9788. What are you waiting for? Go grab that opportunity and fly out to the mainland.
Half a day. Patsy Gogri from Security Title here with information about what a title company does. The title side of our business determines who owns a property and guarantees your ownership with a title insurance policy. The escrow side acts as an independent third party, managing the transfer of money and documents between the buyer, seller, lenders, and others. Security Title has the management of real estate closings down to a science. Give us a call. We are here to help.
938, Ray Gibson Show, brought to you by NissanGuam.com of the World Wide Web. Now, someone say, well, how does a website didn't bring it? Well, I want you to visit the website because gas is where gasoline is. But once you get to the Nissan Guam website, a wealth of information, ladies and gentlemen, all kinds of things that you need to know about the incredible Super Sales Summer event that's going on right now, or Summer Sales Event, whichever way you want to do it. I mean, it's got to be good. It's got people with tennis rackets and bicycles on it. And the guy saying, I don't want to ride a bicycle anymore. I want a Frontier. Can I get one of those? And the answer is yes, you can. And it's easy, too. Just go by the website, take a look at it. and find out all the great deals that they've got set aside for you and people like you. More smiles per gallon, a 30-plus smile per gallon club. What else have we pitch in here? The QX60. I had a chance to test drive one of these things, and they had to wrestle me to get the keys back. The all-new 2022 Frontier. Which is just an incredible truck. I test drove that one as well, and I got my eye on a certain color. But you can buy it first if you want to. Zero down payment, guys, and the opportunity to get a 1.99% APR on your good credit. And even if you got lousy credit, they'll find a way for you. That's the way they do it at NissanGuam.com. Oh my God, Tomasiak, you're all over the place. Tom was the guy that, like I said, was giving me a hard time because I didn't do anything with Rot Bison. It was the name of a guy that appeared in one of the magistrate reports in the last couple of days. Rot Bison, and he's like, dude, I used to think Octopus Pui Pui was going to be the best thug name that we were ever going to have, but now we've got Rot Bison, and he's crazy about the idea that we got to hire this guy and give him a radio show.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
I'm going to put him in the Name Hall of Fame.
He could be like Rot Limbaugh.
Yeah, Rot Limbaugh.
I want to rot. Remember that old song?
Yes.
They should hire Rot Bison, radio DJ Esquire. 20 away from the top of the hour. 888-825-5888-TALK. This has been a fun morning. I don't know about you, but I've actually had an incredible time doing the program today. I mean, it just feels like there has not been any room for any dead air, awkward pauses, ums, and all that stuff. Just been one thing after another. So while I was in between, like when the news was playing and stuff, I was supposed to be looking for stories and important news and information, maybe the latest on what's happening around the nation and the world. But I got stuck on Instagram again.
Oh, it happens.
I know it happens. It happens. And one of the people that I follow is Tisha. You know Tisha? She's got her Instagram handle is Zen by Tisha, and she always has some really interesting and provocative things that she posts, and some almost erotic. Some of the things that she posts. Zen _ by Tisha. And if you're online right now, there's something that she posted that is safe for work. So I thought I'd share it with you. It's how to aura cleanse. Oh,
I like it already, man.
Don't you? Okay,
Yeah.
now I've been accused.
My chakras are
I've
just
been accused.
twitching.
I know Jack's on the line, but I've been accused of not doing enough spiritual stuff on this program, and I think it is a weighty accusation and probably 99% true. Although I think maybe you'll get a sense of my spirit from time to time, but not necessarily talk about spiritual things like your aura. And the essence of your aura or crystals or chakras or any of that crap. But I thought this was kind of interesting and something that I intend to try tomorrow. I want to cleanse my aura. So tomorrow, when you're watching the show, I want you to look at me and check out my aura. I think it'll be squeaky clean. Step into the shower. Okay, can do. Got that one. Check. Close your eyes and stand under the water, allowing the water to encompass your body like a waterfall. Stretch your hands as high as you can while you're under the water, and then imagine all of the negative thoughts and energy leaving through your toes while new energy goes in through your fingertips. As the water falls, visualize your body and watch the old energy, illness, negativity, burdens, fears, bad thoughts, etc. being washed down the drain. I'm sorry, that's beautiful.
Symbolically.
It is. It is absolutely beautiful. You know, I used to get a massage every once in a while from somebody. Never paid extra for the you-know-what.
Yeah.
But I'd get the massage, and it always kind of ended, the upper body part ended with a massage from the shoulder and then down into the biceps and then forearm, and then kind of out at the fingertips.
Oh, yeah.
I love it when they do that snap thing. Oh, my God, that's the best. And out through the fingertips. And I said, is there a reason why it goes in that order? And she says, yeah, because I want to be able to push all of this, whatever it is that is ailing you here, through the muscles and out through the little tiny openings in between your fingernail and your fingertips. And that's one of the reasons why when you are done with it, that and the Zen and the $75 on your American Express card, that's why you are feeling, I don't know, much more refreshed, clean, healthy, that kind of thing. 9:43 in the morning. Speaking of refreshed, clean, and healthy, good morning, Jack. How you doing?
Hey, Raymond. I'm just listening to you about that aura
Aura cleanse. So see, you're in the shower and your fingertips are up here around the spout, and you just let the water, the new energy, clean, go through your fingertips and down into whatever, and then come slow down around the butt, and then because it's always extra there, and then out through your toes into the drain.
Well, anyways, Raymond, that's the same description that I read when I went in for my colonoscopy. So, yeah, I guess it was more technical.
Do we all have the same experience with the colonoscopy where they give you Dulcolax and your guy, what's this for? This doesn't do anything. Dulcolax. Oh my God! Look at this one little tiny pill.
All 6 of the pills at once, and then they give you a gallon of Go-Lite, and then you have to down that stuff.
Oh my God! And I remember.
I don't know about you. I think you went to the PI for that, right?
I did. Yeah.
You got the American Express card treatment, but no, I had the DY, do it on your own. They gave me everything. But anyways, I called. I was listening to you. I wanted to call earlier because all these things are coming down with Mike St. Nicholas. And the reason why I'm calling is because, I'm carpooling because of the price of gas.
Aye.
So whoever's driving gets to pick the station or whatever. And they were listening to the other radio station. And can I just say, for the record, that other radio station is our form of the January 6th hearing. I hope that Mike is listening, and that's exactly what that other radio station is. It's just another form of January 6th hearing, our version. And it's a shame. And, I'm looking at about the latest candidates that are coming out. Yeah, a lot of them, seems to be coming from the journalist field. But you got to look at the Gallup poll of 2021. Journalists are the 6th most non-trusted people or non-trusted profession as of 2021.
Thank God I'm not a journalist.
Yeah, the one journalist that I really like is the one out of Arizona who resigned last year and is running for governor, Carrie Lake. And you should look at her resignation speech. And she blatantly points the reason why she's getting out of the business and running for governor. She says that journalism is not the same as it was when she first entered the business. And I'm sad to say that most of the journalists that are running now, they don't hold the same thing. They pass on the same narrative. They're listening to the same echo chamber, and most of them, if not all of them, here in Guam agree with the liberal point of view. They agree about Trump. They agree about the January 6th, and that's sad because we know that journalism here in Guam has been a dumpster fire for the past 2 years. It went from, like you said, the pandemic of the unvaccinated. Now it should be the pandemic of the vaccinated. But you don't hear that, right? You don't hear that this is a pandemic of the vaccinated. And that's what it is.
Can I make a reach? And you're old enough to know the reference, but I don't know that there's been real journalism on Guam since they closed down Guam Cable TV.
I agree with you. There used to be a point in time when you could listen to the news for the news. Get the facts. Now it's not facts; it's opinion surrounded, by circumstances, and it leads to headlines, and it's just sad. So as a supporter of Michael St. Nicholas, some people mention, you're either for Mike, and even if this comes out, you're still for Mike. No, it took a lot of effort to think this through to be for Mike, and it's just who's running and who's proven themselves.
Can I give you another reason why I like Mike?
Sure.
I mean, just personally, right? And professionally, I appreciate him for when I'm doing this job, but even when I'm not, I appreciate Mike because of the people that don't like him. and the unmitigated, just outright bullying by members of his own party over the last several years. And, and I hope this comes through in the broadcast from me over the years. I hate bullies. I absolutely hate them. I have no problem calling them out and telling them that they are bullies. And I think about all of the things that Mike has been able to bring from Washington, D.C., arguably the most productive congressman that we have had there in years.
And he did it in one term.
Yeah. But the guy's been working, and all of a sudden he doesn't get, they won't mention his name in press releases. They are spending federal dollars that he and others insured would come to Guam and the territories. But as far as they're concerned, it's like it was always going to be their money anyway.
But when it comes to politics, don't judge them by their friends. Judge them by their enemies.
My point. Correct. My point.
And I'm sad to say that your Uncle Robert is the worst case scenario. Like I said, I'm carpooling. I just keep my mouth shut, man. I'm just shaking my head. Nobody's paying attention to me, and I'm just shaking my head when I heard his interview about ethics. Your uncle talking about ethics, really, the one that and then How about what happened to Madeline? All of a sudden, that ethics disappeared. How about Justice Torres? That ethics disappeared. How about Jim Espaldon? He wasn't even censured. Oh, yeah, he was going to be censured, removed. None of that happened. None of that happened.
But maybe those guys all signed the loyalty pledge, bro. You signed the loyalty pledge.
What you get, man.
Yeah, you don't worry, but you don't have to worry about anything, man. You're a member of the family. You're a good fella.
I believe that Mike. And I hope he does. I hope he survives this red wedding, which, those Game of Thrones.
I got the reference. Thanks.
Yeah, I hope he survives this red wedding and comes out stronger. But I wanted to call.
Well, here's the thing: we're 57 days away, Jack, from the primary election, and the question is, will Republicans stay on their side of the ballot? Will they, as I suspect, and I'm probably going to do it. There's some people that are running under the Republican Party on the senatorial side, for whom I feel I am required to give them my vote. And I will in the general election. In the primary election, I think I might just go in there and bullet it for Maggette just because it's fun to watch.
But that's another complaint I had is because I have to go down to the GEC now because when I enter my name on the website, it says I'm not on there, and I'm really pissed off because I've voted through what they call it's called when you don't vote in your voting.
Out of district?
Yeah, out of district. So
if the food's better, it's okay.
Prudential ballot, and so I voted, but somehow I'm erased from the main roster. So now I have to go back down to GSC and find out what happens because provisional ballot. That's what it's called.
Next Monday,
I'm really
go to.
Pissed off, man.
Yeah, next Monday you should be able to register anywhere. You got a driver's license renewed recently?
Complain. Why was I removed from the registry when I voted provisionally and I voted legally?
Because you're that guy.
So I'm really pissed off, man. And so I don't know. This election is going to be interesting, but I got Mike's back. His record's proven. I'm really upset about your uncle, and the January 6th.
Yeah, well, we're blood. He's my uncle. I got a natural bias for him, and we don't necessarily agree on everything. Politically we disagree. Remember,
he wasn't even on the island during the pandemic.
Remember, I am myself and Shelley and Dave and Mark. We are the odd Republicans in the Underwood and the Medallion of Martinez, the whole clan. We're the only Republicans.
Yeah, and he wasn't even. I think he missed most of the disasters that happened on the island.
No, I don't know.
Anyways, brother, I'm just if Mike's listening or anybody, I still have his back.
Right.
And we know this is a January 6th hearing they're having over at the other station. I don't listen to it. I'm forced to listen to it, but I don't listen. I don't call that station anymore. They've gone real far left, and it's a shame that we have very few outlets as those who are unvaxxed as those who were been discriminated, and those who, I mean, they weren't, when you discuss about, there were, what's that, some sort of a way to convince people to get the vax. It wasn't convincing. It was bribery.
Yep.
Pure bribery.
And you know, we knew what was going to happen. We knew the steps that were going to be taken, and they played out just like we said it was going to. It's 9:53. Jackie, take a breath. We'll talk again soon. 888-8255-888-TALK. Yeah, look. Here's the thing. The allegations have been made against Mike Nicholas. And depending on who you read, what you read, who you listen to, this might be the worst thing to ever happen in the history of the entire United States of America. How did something like this happen? And then Mike, understandably, says, well, maybe I'll address it. No, first of all, there were calls for him to address just the investigation all the time that this has been out there. And so why would he come out prior to them coming out with their ruling and their recommendations? So that finally came out, right? Okay, then that is the appropriate time for Mike Nicholas to address it. Mike Nicholas goes on, and arguably the people that had been doing, with all of the questions and all of the innuendo and all of the this, that, and the other, were members of the media, and hopefully the ones that would take the truth of Mike's statements and put them out in the news, on the TV and in the newspapers and whatever. So he, I think, was in front of the appropriate people. I stepped away because I wanted to be a complete observer, but I probably could have gone in on the Zoom as a member of the media. But I chose not to. But in this case, so he was there addressing members of the media, and he had his lawyers there. And there's at least one of the two stands that was a part of the construction of the rules of the investigations of the House Ethics Committee. So it's not like these guys, just some the ambulance chasers. They've got credentials. They have the bona fides. And the questions about the accusations came up, and the guys were quoting chapter and verse what came out in that 200-plus page report. Or what they read in another newspaper where somebody bothered to read it. But they came out, asked the questions. Mike addressed the questions. The lawyers backed them up on the responses, and in some cases came in with their own responses and provided clarity from what I heard of it. And I listened for about an hour. From what I heard of it, all of it was clear. It made sense. So what are we going to do now, guys? How much of this horse do you want to beat? Here's the accusations. Here's Mike. Here's the lawyers. Here's the journalists asking those questions. You're either going to like the answers or you're not going to like the answers. Maybe they don't click with your anti-Mike bias. But then so what? Is it going to change you? Then the guys over at the Daily Post online poll, and this is another one of those. I haven't bothered to take a look at the responses in the online poll because I know where they're from. I know if you had access to the IP tracing that you have at the website, I'll bet you all of the responses come from Peter Turlai's office or over at Adelut. How does the release of the Ethics Investigation Committee report on Delegate Michael Nicholas affect your vote in the primary election? Here's your choices. I will no longer vote for him. I will still vote for him. I'm going to vote in the Republican primary. Or D, I think he should drop out of the race for governor. Wow. Okay. I will no longer vote for him. Put that in there first. Yeah. I will still vote for him. Probably could have left the other two out, but I'm glad that they did for completeness. Well, I like him, but I'm going to vote in the Republican primary and give Felix Camacho my vote. Okay, that's fair. I think he should drop out of the race for governor, which in my mind is kind of the same as I will no longer vote for him. But I didn't put the poll together. I just think it's kind of interesting that's it. But you know what the answers are going to be. You know where they're going to be coming from. I'll bet you there was a WhatsApp that went out to every single department, agency, director, every unclassified employee of the government of Guam and said, you will vote today. You will vote, and then you will clear your browser and start all over again and vote. At least give him a dozen votes that say you are not going to vote for him or that he should drop his name from the election. So it's one of those polls you don't even bother. You know that the answer is going to be a lie. At 9:58 and change. Do I get any more commercials here?
No. You got 1 minute.
I got a minute?
You got a minute left. And it's almost Friday.
This is the real winner of today's program. We don't normally award a prize for the real winner of the show, but in today's case, it's a candidate from Umatic, Roy Canat. Somebody had vandalized one of his signs and making a point about his Whopper cheeks, I guess, and put a picture of a big hamburger right in front of him. And now he could have been pissed off about it. He could have, just raged against the machine, but he didn't. Took it with a grain of salt. Talking about Whopper Wednesdays and all of that stuff. And I got to say, Roy, you are the man. In fact, I'd own it. I would own it. I would get a whole bunch more pictures of you holding a Whopper, eating it, and saying, I need a Whopper of your vote here coming up in this election. Just own the thing. Use the name. I am Roy Whopper Canata. Buenos de Nafide. Give me one of your. I'm not going to ask humbly. We're going to share. You know how Mike Nicholas got cotton candy? Yes. This guy ought to be handing out burgers. That's all I'm saying. He is the winner of the show, and so are you for listening and putting up with me for the last 4 hours. We got to get out of here. KUSG Agania, it's time for news from Fox.
This is a Fox News alert. A subpoena for another top aide. I'm Lisa Lacera. The House January 6th committee has ordered former White House counsel Pat Cipollone, who previous witnesses have testified was in meetings where lawyers debated strategies to overturn former President Trump's election loss. This coming one day after a top aide to Trump Chief of Staff Mark Meadows testified she was told Trump tried to take the wheel of the presidential vehicle after being told he couldn't go to the Capitol. Members of the Secret Service deny the allegations.
In a statement to Fox News, the Secret Service revealed the agency has cooperated with the 1-6 committee for a year and will continue to do so. An agency spokesman tells Fox News the committee did not reach out in the days leading up to Hutchinson's testimony.
Fox's David Spunt. A new poll shows an overwhelming and growing majority of Americans say the U.S. is heading in the wrong direction. The poll from the Associated Press